Hello and welcome to this wonderful venue, the Friendship Sports Club. It's a venue that has hosted several matches, and we're here for the T20 Shield. It's Malvern up against Foundation. The weather has been brilliant, lovely bit of breeze coming across the ground, and the stage is set for what should be an interesting final. Let's go across to the match referee, a man who has been in this business for quite a long time, Mr. Jerry Thomas. He's got the coin, and here we go. Just checking to see what, oh, are we going to do it again? All right, so we're going to do that toss again. Just double checking that everything is fine, Mr. Match Referee. So, Andreas Keith has got it. Here we go. Coat of arms. All right. Now the young man from Foundation has won it, Kevin Newton. Tell me, having won the toss, what are you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
And why are you batting first?
Backing the guys have a pretty good start in the power play. Going to post a solid total. So, looking at the wicket also, has a lot to offer for batting, I would say. So, I just going out there bat my guys, and we have a bat first.
This has been a wonderful journey for you, a school team. In fact, only last week we had Queen's College winning. No doubt you would want to do it for Foundation.
Yeah, correct. As I said previously, backing the guys, I think the guys have the potential to go and win the tournament. So as I say, back the guys and we go out there for our best foot forward. Hopefully we come on top.
Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So there you have it, the actual captain of the Foundation side. Well, you lost the toss, Kevion. Had you won it, what would you have done?
He was going to bowl first. My wicket, they have a little moisture. And from the quarterfinals up, we was bowling first and doing very well, so we was bringing it into the finals.
What do you have to do to win this game?
Be consistent, have a good spirit, feel well, bat well and bowl well.
Malvern, of course, in St. George, lots of support. I understand that your MP is here as well.
He's come here to support us in the finals. He's represented us very well throughout the tournament, and that's it, yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So there you have it, the news from the middle. Foundation, they've won the toss and will bat first. It's Foundation winning the toss and batting first. Of course, the right Christchurch Foundation. Back at the toss, the captain said he wanted to bat first. Hello and welcome to this stream sponsored by the Barbados Cricket Association. We're on our way for the finals. Second ball being bowled. And Foundation are on their way. Lot of risks in that first single, but they're on their way. And no doubt having won the toss and electing to bat, we'll be looking for a good score. Andy Payne joins me. Hello Andy, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon to everyone on the stream. Pleasure to be here with you again, Andrew.
Indeed. So what are you looking forward to? I mean, last week we saw Queen's College doing extremely well. Good to see another team, school team in the competition. And we certainly invite your thoughts during the course of this over. So it's Romario Yard Steele, the bowler. And Duncan is the batsman.
Yes, Andrew, if you recall the last time we were here, it was a final also played between the Christchurch Foundation team in the under-19 competition, and they would have played against the amazed Queen's College. So there's two teams that would have participated in the under-19 final, and they've made it to the final in the BCA domestic divisions.
So this is the first over being bowled. It's a good start for the fielding team. Maybe headed down the leg side. But a rather strange shot. It's been a good start by Romario Yard Steele. Looks as if he's got a bit of pace as well. What do you expect from Malvern today?
Very good to see a country team again in the final here, Andrew. This Malvern team, mix of good youngsters. I spoke to the manager a bit earlier, and she said they put together a team she's with scouting and she found plenty players, and it's interested to see what they'll bring here today. They're coached by Kurt Wilkinson, who we all know from the Division 1 and Elite and Barbados level. So it'll be good to see what they can produce here today, Andrew.
Shamari Davis has had a good time in this competition. This is the first time you've seen young Davis
No,
in terms
actually,
of the scores?
No, we've seen Davis, as we said, these guys have participated, and I've seen him play in the intermediate division for over some time. He's been very prolific to date, Andrew, especially in this competition. He's had some very consistent scores. He has scores of 46 against the Wanderers, 48 against the Ipswich in the quarters final.
And we'll get the first boundary. Not the best shot they do see, but it was effective. And yet again, that last delivery producing runs, and it's happened so often in T20 cricket. The first gone, Foundation are 6 without loss.
Yeah, so if I continue to mention a little bit of the form of Shamari Davis, he's been very prolific, like we said. He's also had a good score in the semi-final. He's had a 79 against the Cupid Cavaliers, but he also scored a century in this competition so far, Andrew. He had 102 not out against Harrison College, so he'll be in some form. And the Foundation team, they'll be expecting him to do probably the bulk of their batting in this competition. Today he had 282 runs in the duration of the competition, Andrew.
The captain has also done a good job as well. In fact, the son of someone who's going to join us 9 overs from now, Lyndon Yard.
Yep, Yard, he'll be very excited to see his son and the captain and Kevion Newton. He's had some good scores as well, Andrew. He's had some scores. Remember, he got in a 57 not out against Maple. He's also had a 54 not out against Central. So he's also got scores of 198 runs to date, Kevion. So another impressive youngster, and the Foundation team there hope that this pair can give them a good start.
So the captain of Malvern comes in the attack. Started pretty well. Said to me at the toss that he won it. He would have been looking to bowl first. Andres Keat. Malvern out of St. George. Always a very busy place to go, that Malvern area, and has produced some good crickets and some good cricketers at the local level as well.
Yes, Andrew, yes, they've been very prolific over the years, especially in the shorter version of the game, as I'm sure you'll take us back to some of those lovely players that you're speaking about.
That's a much better shot. The one before was a swipe. And of course, you've got to just work the ball around. The bad ball will come along. And we've seen Shamari Davis, as you said, a lot of runs he scored in this competition.
Yeah, he just needs to bide his time and have a look.
This has been a good start by Andres Keat. Bang on target.
Yep. Keat seems to be giving it generous ear, Andrew, just asking them to hit at him. In the power play we are, so he's just got 2 men outside in the circle. He's got a long on and a deep mid wicket.
Well, that must be called the wide it is. Undone by the extra bunks generated, but was too wide. Oh, what's going on there? Go out, as they say on the bowler, having started so well. Last 2 deliveries, 2 extras. He's going to be safe there. He'll come back for the second. Got a full toss. Maybe didn't make the kind of use of it that he would have wanted, but nevertheless he got 2. So Duncan and Davis, the opening batsman for Foundation. Let me remind you, they won the toss. Christchurch Foundation, and chose to bat first. So the second over comes to an end. Foundation of 13 without loss.
Yeah, missed over there by Skeet. Like I said, Skeet's been given it a little bit of air, but bowling from that the southern end, you can see him getting a bit of drift. And you saw Shamari Davis looking to be a bit aggressive, playing some shots that, in the first over you would think he would want to have a look. But albeit, like I said, he's been in some form, so his confidence is high. But I'm thinking the foundation team, they'll just like him to occupy the crease here for as long as possible.
Yeah, you're right. He's the main man. He's been the one to do very well at the top of the innings. So we start over number 3. And Romario Yard Steele will continue the attack. Now that's a lovely shot. Very well played. Down behind square. That's going for a boundary.
Lovely shot by Duncan, Andrew. That one was wide, bit on the shorter side, and he was on the back foot and was able to hit that one past the guy at point who had no chance. But a lovely shot there by Duncan. You can see him transfer the weight onto the back foot and finding the gap as well, which was very good in this content.
First real bad ball that was delivered by someone who started pretty well. Too wide and put away.
That's a lovely shot. Wow.
More runs, another boundary. Aerial but safe. That's gone down to long off.
Another good shot there by Duncan. I think the bowler in Jabbar Yard Steele trying to compensate from on the short side. He's gone a bit full. And you can see Duncan on the front foot and hit that one past the guy at the mid-off area. A bit aerial like you said, Andrew, but well in the gap. And the outfield here is very fast, dry, Andrew. So no chance for anyone to retrieve that one but the spectators.
Yeah, he hit it pretty hard indeed. And once it had gone past mid-off, had the legs, the power to get to the boundary. So this has been a good over so far for Foundation. Oh, what a delivery! Beautifully bowled indeed. The keeper could not hang on, but certainly the field at first slip. And the first wicket for Malvern, and it was a peach of a delivery.
Indeed, Andrew. That's the length that you award the ball. Like you said, he was a bit short on the first one, a bit full on the second. But on this occasion, he found that good length just on the off step. And a lot of carry, like you said. The keeper couldn't hold on, but Skeet, the captain at first slip, he was able to take the rebound. So the first wicket, if you see it on the replay here, goes begging for the Foundation team. And that of Duncan, he's gone for 12, Andrew.
Yeah, the thing about that delivery, it had some pace on it. And more particularly bounce generated just in that chord outside the off stump. Had to play at it. Keeper could not hold on, but a very alert captain at first tip poached it. So after being hit down to backward square and then driven to mid-off, what a good recovery by this young bowler, and has picked up an important wicket.
Yeah, take that a little bit. The Malvern team very happy to get the early scalp of Duncan, but a very good delivery, Andrew. Like we said in the over previous, he seems to got a bit of pace, and he got that one in a good area, right in the right area, and was able to take the outside edge for Skeet at slip to take a good catch off the rebound.
So Joshua Dorn comes to the crease. I suppose he needs no introduction. One who's played at the West Indies youth level, highly thought of, and is an important cog in Foundation's wheel here. With the loss of Duncan to a very good delivery. So Dorn gets his first ball. And we'll get off the mark immediately as well.
Very assured with that shot on the front foot and just pushing it forward. The guy at point coming around to his right. It's easy single in the making. But again, like you said, Joshua Dorn, he's probably be the most known batter here for the Foundation team. Again, no introduction, like you said. He's also had the privilege to go on to play first class during the season coming back from the under-19s.
Oh, that's very well played. It was in the air, but had a lot of power on that. Square leg, had a chance, went behind him, that's gone. for 4. But I'll tell you, it's been a mixed bag in this over. We've had 3 boundaries, and we've also had a wicket. So lots of excitement in this over.
Yep, some 13 runs scored today in this over, and we still got another delivery to go. But that was a powerful shot, Andrew. A pull shot. The guy had square leg. All he could put his hands up, but he had no chance in taking that one. So a very powerful shot there by Shamari Davis.
So the last ball of over number 3. We've had it all in this over so far. That's going to be called a wide, but on this pitch, this seems to have a bit of bounce. Good carry to the keeper. I'm sure that in your day, playing for Maple and Emerson, Jordan would love this pitcher. Remember Big Bowen? What's become of Peter Bowen? Is he still around?
He's still very much around over in St. Lucie, but yeah, this pitch seems to be offering something for the Pacers.
They'll get a single there. But this has been a very interesting over, an over in which a wicket fell, and there were some 15 runs scored. 3 gone. Foundation are 28 for 1.
Yes, Andrew, it's like you said, a little bit of a mixed bag. We had some 3 boundaries in this over, also produced no wicket. So you can also say that Yard Steed, he wasn't able to be as consistent with that line and length that got him the wicket. He's been all over, he's been full, he's been short, and he just had that one that got the wicket. A good catch, like we said, on the rebound by Captain Skeet, but they will need him to be a little bit more consistent with his lines and length. As you can see, the score now moved up to some 28 after 3, Andrew, so that's a good start for the Foundation team in terms of runs on the board.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they've got the 2 perhaps most important players at the crease in Davis and Dorn. Captain Kevin Newton is scheduled to come next. So here's the captain of the Malvern side to continue. That's gone a long way. That's gone a long, long way. That's gone for 6 over the square leg area. Lots of power on that shot.
I can tell you, Andrew, is that this young man, Shamari Davis, he seems to be ultra aggressive to the power play. That one from Skeet, just a little bit angling into the leg side, and he was straight on the swing. So, and he's hit that a long way, Andrew.
Indeed, yeah. And that very good camera work by our team here. Where is the ball? Yes, it's gone up by that breadfruit tree up there. No breadfruits in the tree. No akis as well. But it's been found. But what a shot by Davis.
Yeah, like we said, he seems to be the aggressor here at Davis, but he's got some good scores, like we said, and I can imagine the moves that he's gotten them in, and he's continuing his good vein. He's some 17 runs, Andrew, just off some 9 deliveries, 1 6 and 2 4s.
So wide is called by the umpire belatedly. Now where is he going? No need to run your hand out, my friend. Never a single there.
None whatsoever.
More runs. That's gone down to backward square. That's gone for 4. An expensive over by the captain. Straining line and being punished here.
I can say that they're moving the score along very briefly here, Andrew. Shamari Davis, like you said, he's in no nonsense mood. 21, he's gone to another boundary, so the off center pulling it down. He's hit that one behind square for yet another boundary.
Cheeky single. Chance or run out. Now, had that hit, it might have been tight. Flirting with danger there.
Indeed, you can see what he want to do. He want to turn it over after the boundary, but that one's a bit tight. Good thing Josh Dorn quick to make his ground there, but it's a bit chancy to do such in this occasion.
So Joshua Dorn has just got this single. Shamari Davis has gone to 22. Very well bowled indeed. That followed him a bit and was rather cramped for room on that occasion. So a single to end the over. 4 gone, Foundation of 41 for 1.
Yep. So good batting there again by Davis. He's put away the bad balls, pick up a few singles, albeit one a bit of a chance each one. But this partnership between these two, Andrew, I can tell you this could be very integral. Only some 4 overs bowl, 41 after the 4 overs, and Davis, like I said, he's going at great guns. If you look around here, Andrew, a crowd that continues to build.
Yes, a wonderful crowd already. Reminds me of last year. I thought that with the promotion generated, lots of people came out, and of course lots of shared here as well at the Friendship Sports Club, and it's good to see the spectators turning out. That's a bit of a loose shot. The Foundation team, of course, Kevin Newton is their captain. Shamari Davis, who's actually batting. Daniel Duncan is gone. Joshua Dorn, who's at the crease. Akeem McCullin. Dane Doughty. Nemo Win. That's the name that you should know. The coach. He's been with the Foundation team for quite a long time. That's gone square. That's gone for 6. What a shot. What a shot by Joshua Dorn.
Andrew, like you said, you always call Joshua Dorn a very excited player. He's easy on the eye. That one was some whiff and full, and he's gone square over the point area for maximum, Andrew. But what a shot by the young man. Like you said, he needs no introduction. He's got lots of shots, and he's a very attractive player. So if he can spend any time at the crease here, Andrew, we'll be in for some excitement.
One would think so. Of course, Romari Stout is in that side. Ronaldo Bourne and Akobia. Crickshaw Bar is also in that side. They've played a bit of cricket for the Windward Sports Club. But have a look at this. I mean, this is absolutely brilliant. Wide, went after it, lots of bat onto it, and square for the maximum. More runs. He's going to be safe, just about. We'll get a second. Long to wide, long off. Someone just shouted, come on, Josh, take your time.
I think it's a safe shot, Andrew. Like we said, we're still in the power play, and the mid-off is in. That one was a bit fuller. He didn't get as much bat as he was wanted on it, but it was over the mid-off with just a pitch over his head, and he was able to get back for 2. But again, a true pitch, and like you said, Josh Dorn, as long as he gets on that front foot, I'm sure he'll be enjoying anything given with here, or as we said, if he gets a bit too close to him.
Yeah, so they made a change here now in that the mid-off will go back to long off. So the 2 fields outside the circle, the long off and the cover on the boundary. Interesting. No, he could be in trouble here. Is he gone? He is. That's a waste of a wicket. Having done so very well, he really was a victim of his own indiscretion. It was in the air for quite a long time, and that's a big, big wicket to get. Absolutely no need to do that.
Naughty shot, like you would say, Andrew Mason. That one wasn't as close to him as you would like. I mean, after playing the previous shot, you would think that he would want it to get a bit closer to him. He went after it, but you must give kudos to bowler in Romarius Yard Steel. If you have a look at the replay, it's a good catch as well by Bridgman. Random coming in from the short third man and holding on to that one, Andrew. A good catch.
Indeed, it was a good catch. Good camera work as well. But there was no need for that. Absolutely no need for that, Joshua Dorn. And gone for 10 from just 7 balls. And I'm sure that the people who've turned up here, and there a lot of spectators would have been disappointed with that stroke from a highly talented cricketer.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Foundation master, he'll be having a word with Josh Dorn as he gets back into the pavilion. Like I said, a very naughty shot on such an occasion. It's a big crowd here, continue to grow, Andrew, and the expectation was to see Josh Dorn, and being the main batter in the team, they would have wanted him to bat as deep as possible. But still, Shamari Davis is there, but someone will need to bat deep. But the second wicket for Mario Yarsteed, he's been a bit expensive, Andrew, but he continues to pick up wickets.
And also interesting too is the captain has continued with him, because of course in T20 cricket there's some bowlers who get 1 over spells, but he's now in his 3rd over. So Kevin Newton comes to the crease. He's the captain of the Christchurch Foundation team.
Yeah,
And is the son of someone who's very much a part of this commentary team, Lyndon Yard.
yeah. Newton, you said he's been in some good form as well. He's had a few good scores. He's had scores of 33 versus the Cupid Cavaliers in the semi-final. Him and Josh Dorn, they had some good scores in that game, but he's also had a 54 not out. And he's also had a 57 not out against the Maple team, Andrew. So he's coming in here in a bit of form. As that the 5th over has come to an end.
5 overs.
And the score, Andrew, I can tell you is 49 for 2. But
Davis 22 not out.
yeah, Davis is on 22 and Newton yet to score. But not a good wicket there for, we said, Romario Yarsteed. And you must say the captain was a brave man to carry on with him, probably because he's a wicket taker.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. 3 overs done for 28, but he's got his 2 wickets, including Dorn. So that must make him feel pretty good. So we had 5 overs now gone, Andy Payne. 49 for 2. Anybody's advantage? Can you tell me?
Well, for me, I would still think it's even Stevens. They're scoring at a good rate. But to lose that wicket in the 5th over, I think it's put the game still in a little bit of a balancing act.
So a change in bowling. The captain, Andre Skeet, his 2 overs were a bit expensive, going at 10 per over. And now DeMar Graham comes in the attack. So we start over number 6. And Foundation of 49 for 2. I agree with you, it's just about even Stevens.
Graham, he would have had a good outing in the semi-final, Andrew, against the Marlow team. He would have had returns of 3 for 13 in that outing. So he's got his chance here today with a good crowd watching at the Yorkshire ground. Let's see him as he goes about his first delivery.
So we have a change of bowler at the southern end.
In fact, it's a no ball.
DeMar Graham.
And the 50 is up with a no ball. So free hit on offer. Naughty DeMar Graham.
No ball to bring up the 50 for Foundation.
In the air, safe. They should be looking for the second here. They just got 1, and they'll get the second now. But always 2 runs there. Free hit came along and didn't put it away.
Yeah, free hit on offer. He didn't get as much bat as he was wanting on that one, Shamari Davis. But like you said, probably looking for a bit of a pace there, Graham, overstepping. But he didn't do too much wrong with the free hit. Or shot.
Now where's that gone? What a shot. Without the legs to get there. That's gone down to wide long on. Another boundary.
Again, that one on the full length. And Davis, he was through that one. You can see anything close to Davis, he's going to hit through the line here, Andrew. And he's picked up another boundary. Just Graham new to the bowling mark. He need to find his length as quick as he can. But another good shot there by Shamari Davis.
So this is the last over of the power play. We'll invite your thoughts. What teams will be looking for in those first 6 overs? Just a single. But Davis has looked good. He's 28. Make that 29 from 16.
Very prolific scorer. And he's continued his good form, Andrew. So the foundation team, with the loss of those 2 early wickets, they need him to bat as deep as possible. Like we said, he already had a century in this tournament, so he would like to carry on. And what better time to come big than the final?
That's going to be called a wide, I would imagine. Yes. So he's all over the place. Lamar Graham,
Yes.
medium pacer. But what about the crowd here? It looks a good one. Of course, these open fields with lots of shade, and it's very hot in Barbados, but that's a wonderful crowd. I'm sure that the Barbados Cricket Association will be quite happy with the turnout today.
Indeed, Andrew, like you said, there's got quite a few mongs around here as well, so people come with their chairs and they're able to settle in. There's a bit of breeze out there as well, Andrew, so it's not too hot. So they'll be enjoying the scenes, the spectators here at the Yorkshire ground.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Lovely delivery. That's the kind of delivery that can get a wicket. Came very close to the outside edge. We'll be happy with that. Graham, perfectly pitched.
Yeah, good delivery just about on the 4th stump. You can see him, seems like it was a bit of a light cutter. You can see him just using his fingers across the seam there, Andrew. But that was a good length, good line, and it was not good enough to beat the batsman in Davis.
Chance for a run out. And my golly, now where is Davis going? No need to give your wicket away. The ball went down towards that mid-wicket area and there was never a run there. So, the power play. How do you read it? Davis 29.
6 overs gone, power play finished.
Newton 1, 6 gone, 59 for 2. Your assessment?
Yeah, Andrew, like you said, still a little bit even for me. I think Foundation, they would think they've got their noses a bit ahead. I mean, 59 after some 6, but now here's a position where the field can be relaxed. And the Malvern team, they want to put the pressure on and try to dry up the scoring rate as it's been going, Andrew, at some 9.83 in the power play. So they will think that they're in a position where they can pull it back a bit. But remembering that the Christchurch Foundation, they've lost 2 wickets, the wickets of Joshua Dorn, who would have been a big player in the contest, and Duncan. So I'm thinking the Malvern team, they will like where they're at in terms of that they've got the 2 wickets and they're in a position now where they can defend a little bit and pull it back.
So, we're going to start over number 7. So it means that Romaria Yard Steel will actually, as we would say in local parlance, bowl out. Let's look at his work so far. 3 overs, no biddens, 2 for 28. Starts his last over. And he's been given like before. Playing slightly across it. The umpire had a long look at that. And gave it. Well, well, well. That's a big wicket to get. Captain departs.
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed, the captain in Kevion Newton. But Yard Steel continues to get wickets. And you can see probably why the captain has persisted with him to bowl his allotment out. He seems to be a wicket taker, Andrew. He's now picked up his 3rd wicket, and he's put the Christchurch Foundation team further down, 59. They're losing the 3rd wicket. If you had a look at the replay there, Andrew.
Yeah, interesting call by the umpire. I'd love to maybe see that again. But it was full. Played slightly across it. The batsman looked a little bit disappointed. And when you see those tram lines, here we go. No, that's interesting. One more time if you can. And we'd love to see that again. My hunch is that it might just have slipped down the leg side, but the umpire made the call.
Okay, yep. The umpire might reckon it hit him a bit full, but the new batsman in is Akeem McCollin. He's made his way into the middle, taking his guard now, Andrew. But as like you said, these middle overs are very interested. You need the partnerships in the middle overs here if you're going to post any substantial score. You don't want to be losing wickets too much here, but with 3 wickets down after power play, it should be interested going for the foundation team.
I agree with you on that assessment. And what Romario Yard Steele has done well, he's changed his length. He's bowling a lot fuller now, and as a result, he got rid of Kevion Newton, the captain, with a ball that was pitched up, played across it, was struck full, and given leg before by umpire Clark. But he's had a good spell in terms of wickets and has done well. He's got 4 balls left. And there again, down the leg side, but it's full. But you can see the intention to pitch the ball up.
Yeah, I think that's where probably his most trouble will come, when he's bowling a little bit on the fuller length. But
now, that delivery was full, played across it. The umpire gave that, but I haven't seen it a third time. I'm inclined to think it might have just been sliding down the leg side. Of course, that's the umpire's call. Good work by our camera crew. Always good work when you've got a lady in your crew. The ladies are in charge. Well done to Mr. Green and his team. Harold Eastman says they've been in charge from time immemorial.
But Andrew, you got to give it here to Yard Steele. Like you said, he was a bit expensive in the 2 overs, his second over, but the captain continued to persist with him, and he continued to give the captain that support by getting the wickets. So he's got the big wickets of Josh Dorn as well as Kevion Newton. He's also had the first wicket in Duncan, so the captain should be good with his work.
No, that's gone down to backward square, but have the legs to get there. Pull back just about now, they'll get 2. And I just get the feeling this is the intermediate competition. He strikes me as someone that will get wickets in intermediate. He's not express in terms of pace, does a bit with the ball, but has got good control and seems to be pretty fit. Not carrying an extra weight like yourself or yours truly, and has done a good job so far. Now that's good bowling in the fact that it was a delivery that was wide of the off stump, but the pace was different. It was one of those slow deliveries. They come back for the second, Shamara Davis. And of course, he's the man that you got to get out. He's gone to 33, and you were talking about the scores earlier. Has had a good time in this competition.
He's been very prolific, like we said. He's had a century. He's had 2 half centuries. He's also had 2 scores in the 40s, Shamari Davis. So he's been very prolific. 282 runs before this game, Andrew.
Down to backward square. That's very well timed. They'll get 2 here comfortably. And Yard Steele's spell comes to an end. We'll examine his work. 4 overs, no middens, 3 for 36. And we'll certainly do an assessment of that. 67 for 3, 7 gone.
Yes, Andrew. I tell you what, the captain, he'll be very happy. Some might say a bit expensive, but to put wickets under your belt, wickets on the 10s, that's really put the team in a good position. So 3 wickets down after 7 overs. I'm thinking the Malvern team, they're like where they're at. So good work by Yard Steele, for me, in my estimation, to pick up those 3 wickets. And he's had good wickets of Duncan, Dorn and Newton, 3 of the more top order batters. So good bowling by him in his spell.
Yeah, he's done a good job. I suppose bowling 4 overs, no business, 3 for 36. Any captain would take that any day as well.
Indeed. But Andrew, if you just had a look at, you said his pace, but the batsman seems to lose a little bit of patience with that type of bowler. And that will continue to get wickets as long as you take chances at it, because he's on or around the stumps, Andrew, and that's what he's happened to get his wickets here today.
I've got a question for you here, as we've got a new bowler who's actually the leading wicket taker in the competition, Gregory Angus. Angus is not a Barbadian name. It's not like the Pisa who's behind me, or Payne or Mason. I know it to be a Guyanese name, so maybe he's got some Guyanese connection. Gregory Angus has done a pretty good job so far. 11 wickets, 6 matches. His economy rate is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, some 6.6. So let's just see what he's going to bring down here, Andrew. But seems to be a little bit of a quick off spinner.
Let's have a look at him. Yeah, he's quick. He's quick. Did you have any quick off spinners in your time playing for Maple?
Playing for Maple, yeah, we had quite a few of the quicker type. We saw Jadier would play last week.
Yep.
We also had Ramon Graves. Those two were pretty quick. Ramon Graves, he trundled them down at quite a pace, some pace. Yeah, Ramsey would have given that a bit of ear. He had a good guile, Ramsey. But when you said quick, you're looking at the likes of Ramon Graves and Jadier.
But he certainly started pretty well. That went the other way. Went the other way was the arm ball. So Angus has got an arm ball. Well done to him.
And like you said, Andrew, this will be an interesting passage of play when the field is spread a bit. And to have a bowler like Angus, who seems to be pretty accurate.
Oh yes, he is indeed. And Akeem McCollin seems as if he's batting with a cuckoo stick here. On
Yes.
needle, can't get bat on the ball.
Yeah,
This is a very good start for Angus. That's a wide call by the umpire. Umpire Grimes. Might have been a bit harsh, but the umpire called it.
I think he's continuing to get the ball to drift out from the right-handed Andrew, so he just needs to be a bit more inside the house, as we would say.
So McCollin gets a single. And it's been a very, very good start for Angus. And over which just 2 runs came. And I'm sure Malvern, the team in the field against Foundation, who won the toss and the batting, will be happy with that over from Jerry Angus. 8 gone, Foundation 69 for 3.
Yep, good comeback there by the Malvern team, Andrew. And Angus, he seems, like I said, to be a bit quick and accurate. If you look around to see this crowd, the crowd continues to grow. But as we said, it's a bit of a breeze out here today. And the shades, as you say, plenty of trees around. And you've also got the mongs out to the southern end there, where people come with the picnic baskets and put the chairs out, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, some public juice as well. But this is a wonderful atmosphere. And a good crowd gathered once again. The Barbados Cricket Association and those responsible will be quite happy with the turnout. Cricket, of course, is alive and well in Barbados, and we want to thank those in charge, because we started commentaries back in 1978. I'll never forget that, on radio. And to be able to stream an intermediate match is a performance worthy of commendation. We must give the Barbados Cricket Association all the products in the world. And we had the plate last week in the 2nd division competition. Leslie Reefer, who of course is a national selector, couldn't make the police 2nd division side. He's here watching. Now this is a period, of course, for consolidation. But I suppose with the departure of someone like a Dorn, it also gives Malvern an opportunity now to just slip some overs in cheaply.
And that's what I've been saying, Andrew. Just after the power play, these next 4 overs are very important. So losing those 3 wickets, to put them a little bit, to put themselves a little bit on the back foot. Like I said, the Malvern team, they're just bringing another one into the circle here, so they can impede a little bit of pressure on the newer batsmen. And McCollin, good ball.
That's a very good ball indeed, right in the block hole, and might have been deceived for an extra bit of pace generated, but that was very good bowling indeed from Graham.
Yeah, and Graham, he would have switched ends. You see them, he started at that the southern end, he's here now from the north, and that was a very good delivery to Shamari Davis. Davis, he's on 35 off 23. He had some 4 fours and 1 6, but he needs to carry on. But this is an interesting period of play here, Andrew.
Wow, naughty shot. Did he get some bat under that? He didn't. Oh my golly. Played across it, struck on the pad, given not out. And I suppose that's the pressure that is now on the foundation side. And when that happens, you tend to play naughty shots.
Indeed, and that's what we said. This is where the pressure is beginning to tell a little bit on the foundation team. But Davis, he just needs to continue to bide his time and try to get McCullen in and form a good partnership here, Andrew.
Very well bowled indeed. Bang on target in the block hole. It's been a good period for Malvern out of St. George. And in the last, I'd say 3-4 overs, haven't picked up those important wickets. It'd be interesting if Harold Eastman can tell me, or statistician, how many runs have come in the last 3 overs. Harold, can you tell me?
Well, he's just alerted us that the last 11 deliveries, 12 deliveries now, Andrew, has just had some 4 runs.
So that's interesting. So in the last 12 deliveries, as we're joined by Jeffrey Mapp, who's working very hard there at the Weymouth Sports Club, and a former Barbados cricketer as well. So this is a situation where in the last 10, 12 deliveries, we've had just 4 runs coming. So it represents a very good state of the match for the Malvern side. At the moment, 9 gone, foundation of 71 for 3.
Yep, so they're just pulling it back, like we said. And I also always thought that it would come to something like this, Andrew, because when you lost the wickets of someone like Dorn, who's equipped enough to try to get singles off of every delivery or push the ball in the gap and get to 2s, I think he went at a very naughty time of the innings. He needed to carry on, but again, you've seen Davis, he's still there, but he needs to bat as deep as he can.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And the responsibility in this young man is immense, because he's seen Dorn gone, also Duncan and the captain, Kevion Newton. Might have been a bit, certainly disappointed the way he got out, but we have got to wait and see what happens here. No, he's going to be safe, and we get a boundary. A welcome boundary for the foundation side. That's gone down to square leg. That's gone for 4.
What I can tell you, Andrew, is that Davis, he's a no-nonsense batter. He's very aggressive. He's, as well as just gotten some information, he's a past foundation student, but he's also one of the masters in this foundation team alongside Coach Nemo Wynn.
No chance for catch here. The catch is taken. And that's the big, big, big snapper. It was a rank long hop, really. And Davis goes, and that is a big, big blow struck by Malvern.
Again, you said the shot selection, Andrew. There, we said that Angus, he's getting the ball to drift away from the right-hander. Even though that one's a bit short, you can see it moving away. He went into the full shot, wasn't in a good position, and had a bit of a top edge. And you saw Evelyn coming from the short turn man to pick up what was an easy catch at the end. If you have a look at the replay again, here you're seeing it.
Yeah, the ball came from the outside edge. It was a naughty shot by Davis, who is the important cog in their wheel. And he was very disappointed when he left the scene. But of course, tremendous excitement and happiness for the Malvern side. They've done well. They've been able to weather a bit of a storm at the start, and they've come back beautifully here, thanks to some, first of all, good bowling by Ramara Yard Steele, and now Gregory Angus has come into the attacking spectacle because he's been very, 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 very economical at the moment. 9 overs and 2 balls gone. One would think advantage to Malvern with foundation. The innings very much at the crossroads. There's 76 for 4.
And I go back to say, Andrew, I told you the next 4 overs after the power play is going to be very important. I can tell you that the Malvern team, they've just scored, they've taken 2 wickets in this period, and the foundation, they've only added some 12 runs. So that's put them, I would want to say, a little bit further ahead of where they want to be going here. So they're really getting into the batting now. As you see, Dwayne Doughty, he's a new batter, one of the masters as well. McCullen, he's been faced some 11 deliveries. He's only 3 runs. So I'm saying that the Premier Imports Inc. Malvern, they would like to think that they've put themselves the nose a little bit ahead, Andrew Mason.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, one would suggest that they are in front, and it's going to be important what happens now. We've not gotten to the halfway stage yet, and the rate is 8.4, but importantly, Foundation have lost 4 wickets, and with Dane Doughty, who's come to the crease, he's got Akeem McCollum with him, 2 big men. Let's see how they perform. Here's Angus.
Well, ball by Angus again, Andrew, but Angus continued to be very economical. He's very accurate, Andrew. Like we said, he's kind of a quicker type of off spinner. He's also getting the ball to arm away from the right-hand batsman, and he's bowling a good length.
Doughty didn't shape up very well in this first delivery he got there. Let's see how he goes. He's a very big man indeed. Tall. Seems as if he eats an extra plate of food as well. He's a very massive man. In fact, the 2 batsmen at the crease are extremely big men. Very big indeed, almost like Andy Payne.
Indeed, but we'll be interested, like you said, McCollum, he might be the one now tasked with taking this batting as deep as possible. But Angus, he'll have different ideas.
Chance for a catch, bursting through the fielder's hand at mid-wicket there. Should have been taken, I would imagine. They'll get a second as the return comes in.
Williams. Yeah, Williams missing that opportunity there at the short mid-wicket area. But good bowling again by, must say, Angus. Well, ball again, Andrew.
Well, these 2 big men, they've got to be careful about their running. They're not as quick between the wickets. They don't have the pace of a Usain Bolt or over Delhi, so they've got to be careful. So, situation where Foundation of 79 make that 76 for the loss of 4. And we've had another over completed, so 10 gone now. What's your assessment, Andy Payne, as we prepare to make a change? In terms of the overall performance, Davis gone for 39, Duncan 12, Joshua Dawn, disappointed way to go for 10. Kevin Newton, the captain, unfortunately been given leg before for 1. And it means now that as we start over number 10, it's a situation where Foundation of 78 for a loss of 4 and in some trouble. Oh, that's very well played. They'll have the legs to go out very close to the boundary. They'll get a second here and may even contemplate the third. Now Dane Doughty is struggling, but gets through for the third. So 3 runs, 2 big men running 3 runs. And Doughty seems to be huffing and puffing. Lyndon Yard joins us. Hello, Lyndon.
Hello
what
to
a
you.
colour to have on. Your rain yellow, a colour with political implications. Here's Graham. Very well bowled indeed. This has been a tremendous performance so far by the Malvern side. Good tight bowling, wickets they've gotten, keeping that rate. Package just down to 8. We're into over number 11. And as Lyndon Yard joins me. Hello, Lyndon. How do you read it?
Hello to you, Andrew. Hello to viewers. At the moment, say that the exchange is clearly in favor of the Malvern side.
Want to be careful about that, but they feel that, I suppose, in the very even here, they're back for that second. Bumps in front of the backward point fielder, and he's able to come back for the second.
And there's a clear example, Andrew, of the Malvern side not taking full advantage, because yes, there was a bad bounce, but the fielder from third man really ought to have done better to have restricted the batsman to a single there rather than just giving away 2, because you got to capitalize on your position where the Malvern side are in front of the 8 ball at the moment. They've done exceptionally well to have the Foundation side 83 for 4. So you want to apply pressure rather than relaxing at this stage.
So tell us about the man who's batting now, Dane Doughty.
Well, he has this no-nonsense approach about him, similar to Shamari Davis, but he's got to do a repair job here with Akeem McCullin, who's been selected for the Barbados on the 19 side. And together, they can just at least try to get down to over number 17 and then take it from the 85 for 4. They're not that far behind the 8 ball, but they would have lost their way, having been 50-odd in roughly 6 overs.
So free hit is an offer here. Just a single. Doughty would have been looking to do a bit more than that. Got it down to Williams and the long on boundary. But what a lovely crowd has gathered here at the Friendship Sports Club. Sure that the president, Mr. Louis Linton, and his wonderful committee will be quite happy about the turnout. Of course, Yorkshire, they play here. Another no ball being bowled. Now Graham will have to get this right. You can't afford to do that. That's naughty.
Third no ball of the innings, extras up to 13, and this is an area that if they can just control that a little bit, they'll have an even tighter grip on this game against the Foundation side who won the toss and batted, and they're 89 for 4.
So free hit is an offer here. Free hit. Now let's see what Doughty will do on this occasion. That's it powerfully. Just a single, just a single. So we've had 2 no balls in the over, and they've not, Foundation, been able to capitalize.
Yes, both batsmen almost similarly built, and it's not going to be a lot of running 2s and 3s. It's more going to be trying to muscle the ball, but there are singles in offer with plenty gaps in the field.
So 11 overs gone now, and in terms of Foundation score, they're 90 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Doughty has 5, McCullin has 10. Just to give you some bowling figures, Mario Yard Steed, impressive. 4 overs and meters, 3 for 36. Broke the back of the Foundation, batting all at the top. Removing Duncan, the opener, Josh O'Donnell at 3, and Captain Kevion Newton in at number 4. So he wiped out the top 3 of 4. Andrea Skeet, 2 overs and meters, none for 20. Damar Graham, 3 overs, no meters, none for 21. And Gregory Angus, responsible for the wicket of Shamari Davis, who was batting in typical Shamari style, where he has 282 runs before this game, and he's picked at 1 for 11.
They get a second run here. So the 2 big men are moving quite nicely.
Again, Andrew, if there's an area where the Malvern side have not capitalized on is their fielding. They've put down several catches thus far, and the outfielding has not been very impressive to back up the position that they find themselves in. Having Malvern a little bit against, having Foundation a little bit against the ball, 94 for 4.
Yeah, you're right. I certainly agree with you.
There's a perfect example, Andrew. Ball driven straight to the fielder. And even between Doughty and McCullin, they're able to get a single from that position within the 30-yard circle. Not what you would want to see if you are in the driving seat like Malvern.
Yeah, Angus has really bowled well. He's kept things quiet. He's got an important wicket as well. The wicket of Davis, who made 39. I don't think Malvern will mind that too much. The singles being taken here. Would want to cut those boundaries out. So 1 ball to come in the over. So 7 runs in the over so far. The Nangus will want to finish strongly here. Christchurch Foundation will be looking to get some runs, maybe a boundary. That's good bowling. A bit slower, a bit wider, inviting that drive, and not a run scored. So, he's now completed his 3rd over. Some 12 gone. Foundation at 96 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, just a retraction, 95 for 4. Current rate is 8.29, just being adjusted. Just make the adjustment there. With McCollin not on 11, Doughty is now on 9, and I said these two need to at least take the Foundation behind down to the 17th over. And if they can do that, then they can get themselves into a very good position. Andrew?
Yeah, well, of course it's putting in south then, you can see on the stream.
George Brathwaite.
George Brathwaite has got his pudding in south. And Leslie Reefer to my left is having his pudding in south. He's got a very, very big bowl there. That could serve about 10 people, Leslie. Hope he's got a bit of breadfruit in there as well. Yeah, he's got some snout. I can see the big snout there as well. Are you a pudding in south man, Linden Yard?
I eat it occasionally, Andrew. It's a Saturday delicacy in Barbados.
Well, I think you should give Jeffrey Mapp some as well. So it's, of course, Saturday. It's a pudding in south day in Barbados. Now Richard Sampson comes into the attack. They're keeping things quiet. That's important for Malvern. These two will just have to take it easy, as they say, and then try to launch an attack and try to maybe get 150, 160 possibly, you think?
Sampson with 9 wickets in 6 matches. A former product of Gladiola, who made his way back to Malvern this year, having left 2 years prior to go to Gladiola.
Normally very decent with his left arm orthodox spin. A tall man.
It's a good time for him to come in, Andrew. Really getting through the overs. Foundation has yet to get out of their strides in the second half of this innings. We are in over number 13.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, Akeem McCollin has 11 from 21 balls, and Doughty's got 10 from 12. And that rate has dropped below 8. It's now 7.68. Now that's a good hit. That's a welcome maximum for Christchurch Foundation. Hit high over the top of that long on area. And all their supporters will be quite happy as McCollin gets an important boundary.
That's the 100 that's come up for the Foundation side. 100 of 89 deliveries, 7 fours and 3 sixes.
Yeah, he hit that powerfully. Miles over that long on area. Good camera work again. And actually the car. Did it hit your car, Linden? Hope it's very well insured.
It's parked out in the back, Andrew.
So Linden has parked his car far away from the action. That was given a bit of air, and McCollin went after it and was successful. Now how will Sampson respond to this?
First 50 for Foundation came up off 36 deliveries, and the second 50 coming up off 63 deliveries. They had 2 fours and 1 6 in the second 50, so the second 50 was a lot slower. The first 50 had 5 fours and 2 sixes. But I think we've got a nice, evenly balanced game at the moment. Andrew, Foundation creeping back into it.
Yeah. This is an important partnership of 28. They've got that rate back up to 8. They've not lost wickets in the last 2 or 3 overs. And of course, win to come. You'll tell us about the remaining batsmen. Ronaldo Bourne, there's Clark, and there's Stout, and the Kobe Quickshow Bayer. So we've come to the end of another over. some 13 gone. Foundation 104 for a loss of 4.
Well, I don't think they'll be too worried at this stage, Andrew. Malachi Clark to come, he has a 55 not out. He's the keeper. Then we look at Akeem and Colin, who's still there. He had a 40 against Ipswich in the quarterfinals. So all told the foundation back then. Ronaldo Bowen is a little high in the order. He's the opening bowler. All about Ramiro Stout. But I think that it's just a matter of batting out over number 17, and then they can take it from there.
Crowd continues to build here, Linden Yard at the Yorkshire Sports Club. And of course, this is a situation where it's a lot of shade. There's no doubt, a lovely breeze coming across. So Angus will bowl his final over. He's been very good so far. And that's naughty. You spoke about the fielding of the Malvern side. And that really was very ordinary, giving the batsman a second run there, unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think
Hands akimbo. I don't think he's happy with that.
I don't think the fielding is the area that the coach, Kurt Wilkerson, will be very impressed with his Malvern side. He said they started well in the bowling department, but their ground fielding and their catching has been a little below par. Another observation, Andrew, I am going to make here is unlike the other final that was played last week, this is not kind of that lopsided game. I'll tell you why. I labeled it as youth versus experience, but it's all youth involved here. Single achieved, and the reason for that, Andrew, is that the oldest player in the Malvern side is 26. I think this is something that you can take to St. Catherine's. You need youngsters. So the minister, Dwight Sutherland, has been able to conjure up a lot of youth. The oldest player on this Malvern side is 26 years, and that has to be a victory alone for Malvern to get all youngsters involved. So you can have a good game of youth without the experience here.
That's a good hit. And the tumbling save as well to get a second. Down to that mid-wicket area. Long on has some work to do. And it's an important point you're making, because you find at the second division and intermediate level in Barbados, a lot of older players have been involved. And to get so many young cricketers to play at Malvern, that's a very good achievement. That's a poor delivery. Dealt with in the appropriate manner. And we have the legs to get there. It goes away. That's gone to the boundary. I don't think Angus would have been happy with that. It was outside. It just had to get back into that. It went very, very fine. The final ball of his spell. And how many times you've had a situation where the last ball produces the boundary. So at the moment, 14 gone. Foundation 113 for 4.
And creeping nicely back into it, Angus, 4 overs, no meters, 1 for 26, the wicket of Shamari Davis. It wasn't a pretty delivery, it was a right long hop outside the off stump. And it was that wide, he tried to pull it through the mid-wicket region. Look at the replay.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sure he would have been very disappointed with the last. It was outside the line of the leg stump. So all the batsman had to do was to help it. And it just went over that big fat rope encircling the ground. And that's gone for another boundary. Good work again by our camera crew, headed by Mr. Green, and crowd building all the time. And it's really good to come out on the Saturday, of course, with World Cup on our doorstep. And that's a chance for a second run here, and we'll get it. Doughty looks winded, but will have to battle on. Big strong man he is.
Interesting word to use, Andrew, because it's pretty windy in Barbados. Of course, there's the haze from the Sahara dust that's still affecting the country. It's a cool day for cricket because the sun is fighting to get the better of the clouds.
He's not going to take that single with Doughty. I can't imagine. And Doughty actually called for it,
I think the fielders were a little flat-footed there, Andrew. I'll be disappointed with McCollum because he wasn't backing up. He was basically just ball watching, as they would say. So you got to apply the pressure. And Doughty, even at his size, is looking to run those sharp singles to get the fielders in the circle, coming into the ball rather than waiting for the ball to come to them.
And that's a massive hit by a massive man. Power, power, and more power. Bang onto the pavilion, and that should certainly make Foundation happier. It was a huge hit.
Yes, delivery asking to be hit, Andrew. Since Sampson's come on, he has this tendency of tossing up the ball, and one can't understand the reason why he would want to be tossing up the ball with Foundation at 8.34 scoring rate. Your side is still in charge, basically, and you just want to get through the overs as tight as possible rather than tossing the ball up. So once he's prepared to toss it up, I'm sure Doughty's going to have a go.
No, much better, much better in terms of length. And again, McCollum is sleeping. A single was on offer, and Doughty was happy to go for it. In the end, they got the single.
And that's the same single that refused 2 deliveries prior.
Yep, you're right.
Just needs to be backing up, following the quick hit.
But this is a good partnership here. They're really coming back quite nicely now, Christ.
Partnership worth 46.
46 runs, 35 balls. Thanks to Harold Eastman. Now he's making a definite attempt now to bowl flat. Having produced 2 balls earlier, a full delivery that was hit over long on. And Sampson is not going to give it any more here, I would imagine. Let's see how he goes with this delivery. The last of his second over. There we go. Didn't expect it. So recognizing that he's got to pull the ball down, having been hit for 6 off his third delivery, a deliberate attempt to bowl fat just outside the off stump, and in the end, it proved to be successful. So,
10 runs
14 gone, 10
runs
from the over, 123 for the loss of 4.
And a very healthy over to the Foundation side, who are now beginning to find their straps with this partnership, which is now worth 47 runs in quick time. And this is what you need in terms of transferring pressure. So I think this is where the Malvern side are a little too relaxed. They're not forcing things to happen.
Let's have a look at this. Here's the big man. Keep your eyes on him. Give him some air. It was outside the land of the off. Somebody carted that ball over the wide long on area, and that's a big hit. Bang onto the pavilion here at Yorkshire Sports Club. And you expect that from a man who's well over 250 pounds or more. It was given some air and was dealt with in the appropriate manner. Well done to Doughty.
The ability to bat, you don't see any scores for him here throughout the season. I can tell you that the power play, 59 runs after the first 6 overs. And the second, the 7 to 15, yielded some 64 with 2 wickets going down. So, you see that Foundation slightly creeping back into it. Have a bowling change. As Angus has come off, and Kevin Evelyn is into the attack, Andrew.
So Kevin Evelyn. Just trying to get a description of his bowling. They look for second here, and will get it. McCollum scooting home, back for the second. But this has been a very important partnership for wicket number 5. They've steadied the rocking ship, a partnership that has now realized 49 precious runs for the Christchurch Foundation team, from 38 balls as well. As we approach the happy hour. Chance for catch. Catch taken. So after all the hard work, McCollum departs. That was given generous fight just outside the off stump. Went down to extra cover. An important wicket taken. Skeet taking the catch. The 5th wicket goes. And it means now that Foundation are 125 for loss of 5.
And again, this is the way that you get back into T20 games or any cricket game. One way of slowing the scoring rate down and just pick up wickets.
Yeah, here we go. Now it was outside the off stump. And it was in there for a long time. Skeet kept his eyes on it and pouched it quite nicely in the midriff area. Good catch taken. Simple catch, really. You can't drop that, but you've got to keep your eyes on it. And that is a crucial wicket, with McCullin going for 29 from 31 balls. And it really sets up an interesting finish to the innings of Foundation, having won the toss. They now won 25 for loss of 5. Another master comes to the crease, Nemo Win.
Yes, he has the experience of having played for the Barbados youth as well as the Barbados youth side. He would have also played for UWI, and you know they've won several championships in Barbados. He's been at the school for quite a number of years, Nemo Win. He played a coach, and he has experience that he brings to the side here. So at 125 for 5, you don't think that the make that 125, yeah, 125 for 5, and he, together with Doughty, would want to see out the remaining 4.4 overs, 15.2 gone, 127 for 5, and no scores of significance here for Nemo Win. So with overs running out, still no Malachi Clark. He's been forced. He usually will take up some time with his batting, and I guess there.
Well, of course, you know the Foundation side very well. Your son is the captain. Are you surprised that Clark hasn't come as yet?
I think they're shuffling the top of the order a lot. One game Newton will open, next game Duncan will open, next game Dawn will open. And if my memory serves me correct, I think Malachi Clark did open at least 2 games, so he will find himself, because he utilizes some deliveries down the order, but a situation where between Doughty and McCullin they were looking for some power to just muscle their way back into the game.
They'll get a single here.
The partnership between Doughty and McCullin yielded some 51 runs. And just around 40 balls, so good partnership, Andrew, as over number 16 come to an end. 128 for 5 win has won. Doughty is on 20, and if you just joined us at the top of the order, Shamari Davis made 39, Duncan, the opener, made 12, Dorn contributed 10, Newton was out for 1, and Malvern, their attack being spearheaded by Andreas Skeet, who's picked up, not Andreas Skeet, we'll get that as Harold will allow me to see the opening bowler, Yard Steed, who picked up 3 for 36. A new look Malvern side. Andrew, you know he would have played for Malvern in the hair there when Malvern was a Malvern. This is a youthful Malvern side, not the Malvern side of the 1990s that was very powerful, power-packed, really and truly.
Tell us about some of those players that would have played back in that time.
You have to start with Charles Reed to get back to that.
So Sampson to continue, and has been very keen to pull the ball down. You could see it. In fact, his last 4 deliveries have almost been like medium pace deliveries here.
I'm sure.
No, that's going to fall short, but a definite plan to almost bowl the ball into the pitch here, and it's come back very well.
I think it's a good policy, Andrew, to bowl the ball into the wicket, but you've got to use it at some pace. That one was really asking to be hit, but fortunately, Nemo was unable to get his left shoulder right around it.
Good work by the fielder coming in from that cover area. The feeling has not been the best for the Malvern side. Now, what was he trying to do there? Can you explain?
I call it television cricket.
Well said.
The simplest way of scoring runs, Andrew, is to watch the ball. You can't premeditate the game. He doesn't have a helmet on, so there's a lot of risk involved in making it a dangerous delivery. Before the delivery was delivered, he'd made up his mind to play that, I wouldn't want to call it a Dill scoop, but more like a dentist shot, Andrew. And luckily for him, he missed everything, and it missed him as well, and taken by the keeper. So I think at this stage, you want to get bat on ball, and the best way to get bat on ball is play conventional cricket.
Now that's an important boundary.
That's his cricket, Andrew.
That's
Conventional
an important cricket. You're right. And in fact, the length was slightly different. It was not the one that was hit into the pitch. It was a fuller length. And he got it through that square leg area. An important boundary as well for Foundation.
Here's a situation where the bowler losing the plot. You just bowled 3 dot deliveries. Why try something different?
So, Sampson ends his third over. 17 gone now. Foundation looking to really push on to try to get maybe 160, 170 if they can. They won 34 for 5.
Yeah, 134 for 5, Andrew. I was speaking to you about Charles Reid, one of the major bigwig back in the early 90s into the late 80s. And of course, he was the captain of that Malvern side. There's Roger Padmore, Brian Rogers, Anthony Young, Ivor Holligan, who was a trump card left arm spinner, very, very tight. I'll tell you the difference, Andrew, between cricket then and cricket now. And I wanted to bring that to prominence because I think a lot of the cricket is very samey. But we'll get back to that.
But he's got that pretty well. We'll look for a second run here. He's really batted particularly well here in the circumstances. Doughty comes back for a second. You were making the point.
In those days, Andrew, the nucleus of the intermediate knockout competition back then, I think it was the Fire and General Shield competition, is not necessarily to win the competition, but to get to the semi-final stage. Single on offer takes Foundation in over number 18 to 137 for 5. I was saying to you, Andrew, the importance then of playing the Shield knockout was for the intermediate sides to make the last 4, because not only up for grabs was this trophy, but up for grabs was the opportunity to play against the first division sides.
Now that's hit with tremendous power. What a shot by Nemo Wynn. He's a winner with that. That was a big shot from a big man. High over the top of that mid-wicket area. And that ball is on its way to the ABC Highway. What a shot by Wynn.
A tremendous shot again. Evelyn guilty of tossed up the delivery at this time on the line of center and leg, and Wynn in typical a normal cricket shot, just going across the line, clearing the left leg.
Yeah, indeed. Clearing that left leg, yes, and he's a big man. And he actually posed for the cameras, because once he got bad under that, that was sailing out of here.
Down to the left of the old chicken farm, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. Wonder if there are any chickens there.
So Foundation approaching 150, 149 for 5. So I was saying to you, Andrew, the key then was to make the the semi-finals, where you're guaranteed a place against the first division side. That was the key back to cricket. Back then, I think Basil Matthews was the main cog behind such decisions.
And I know that only too well. Now here he goes again! And another boundary by Wynn! Maximum!
150's come up, Andrew. 150 off 120 deliveries, 9 fours and 7 sixes. At the end of over number 18, it's beginning to rain sixes here at Yorkshire. Foundation 161 for 5.
Yeah, they've done very well. They've really come back. The halfway stage, it was interesting. But these two men have done a very good job. Now here we go. That was outside the line of the off stump, and he played across it, but he had a lot of bat into that near my win, and that has sailed over. That's a big shot. Hit that powerfully, and he goes again, and more runs. Another 6.
A repeat, Andrew.
Call the fire truck at the Friendship Sports Club, and Neymar Wynn is a winner. I said it earlier, I'm saying it again. And he's come to the crease and has turned this innings around. He's gone to 20 from just 8 balls to 3 sixes, and Foundation, they've done an extremely good job thanks to their master.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the Malvern side can come back now, because I think at this stage really a delivery tossed up. Again, the left leg coming down the wicket and dragging the ball to the cow corner for a massive 6. And that 50 came out of 39 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 6s. And the third 50 of 41 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s. So again, here you see the difference, the acceleration, Andrew. The first 50 came out of 36 deliveries, the second 50 of 63 deliveries, and it yielded to another 41 deliveries for the third 50 to come up. Over number 19 is about to begin. Oh, same over. Comes to an end at last. And Evelyn, the right arm leg spinner, 21 conceded off that over, Andrew. 21 off that over. And Evelyn having sent down 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Foundation with 2 to go. 155 for 5 with Doughty on 20. He's been kind of silent as the Nemo Win show has started, Andrew. He's on 20.
Yeah. And it's so important to have this kind of experience in your side. And he's really, I think, made a significant difference. And I like to bat first, scoreboard pressure. The captain of the foundation side said he wanted to bat first and put a good score up to defend, and they've done a good job. Now there are 2 overs left. Look into your crystal ball, Linden Yard. What do you think they can get here? Can you tell me?
Realistically, I will sell for 185 in these last 2 overs. So we're at 155. So we're looking at least 30 in 12 deliveries, if possible.
So we start over number 19. A bit of a fumble. They're not going to come back for the second. I don't think Win would make it.
So the pace has come back. So maybe a more realistic score could be 175 if you can at least yield up 20. But with the pacer, DeMar Graham back in attack, 3.1 overs, no minutes, none for 22.
Good bowling. Good comeback here. And with the extra pace as well, because of course, you know, with spin you can hit it away. Harold Eastman, our statistician. Of course, they used to call them scorers in the old time days. So you call them statisticians now. Tells me that Malvern, in terms of making runs, average score of over 200. Here's Graham. Just a single. So this has been a good comeback after in the last over.
It's a good over so far, Andrew.
Yeah, there were 3 6s.
And 3 well pitched up deliveries of pace.
Yeah, he's come back quite well here at DeMar Graham. And this is the time when you want to try and keep it tight. And he's done a good job so far. Halfway through his over. Now that's a big hit. Now that's a big hit. That's gone. Onto the mound on the far side of the ground.
Andrew, you call it a big hit, but it was a tremendous hit directly off the back foot. A delivery pitched up outside of the off stump. He just transferred the weight from the front foot to the back foot. But he's so muscularly built, Andrew.
Yeah, and you have got to give him credit. He's been a bit slow, but he's recognized the importance of occupation of the crease. And he's now gone to 35 from 27, and with visions of making 180 foundation. Good comeback delivery. And just got his bat down in time. But we were talking about him just working it around, because at that stage foundation needed to just settle the innings, steady the rocking ship. And himself and McCollin got things going now. And these 2 big men will want to launch a serious assault towards the end, and 2 masters as well. So the masters are here.
So the teachers are informed.
The teachers are very much with you. Here's Graham. That's an important hit. Finding the gap. That's gone for another boundary. This is an important performance by these 2 vastly experienced cricketers, because they've come back very well. And again, the last ball producing a boundary. And this represents a tremendous recovery by foundation. Doughty is on 39. Winners got 21. And with 1 to go, foundation 167 for 5.
Yes, that over yielded some 12 runs. This delivery pitched up on the leg stump and whipped through the mid-wicket area. Beautiful shot, bisecting the square leg and the fielder at the long on position who had absolutely no chance. It was right in the slot, Andrew.
It was. No, here we go. It was right in the slot, and he got it in the gap. That's important.
It's a huge gap, Andrew.
Wide long on, and that square leg area. Last over is about to be bowled. Here's Skeet. Starts with a dot. So the captain, understanding the importance of the business of a leader, is in. Good work. They'll scramble a run. Doughty makes it. Winded or no winded, gets a single.
I think this is a good single for Doughty.
It's also going to be important too to see where Skeet bowls at him. Is he going to go flat? Is he going to give it somebody? I rather doubt.
I think he has to push it through and try to get it up in the block hole. Don't give him a chance to get onto the ball, because he's going to clear that left leg and look for the mid wickets long on area.
Yeah, and of course the mid wicket and square leg on the boundary.
If he's smart,
long off, long on as well.
If he's smart enough, he also probably risk taking some pace off.
Now he goes wide, but he's able to swat it down towards that long on area for one. So it's been a good over so far. We've had a situation where they've kept it tight, the Malvern side. Can the captain keep it under 180? We shall see. Now, did he get some bat under that? He actually got some pad, and I'm sure they'll be quite happy because wouldn't want to concede a wide here.
170 for 5, 2 to come.
This has been a very good over indeed by Skeet, the captain. Just checking with Harold Eastman to find out how many runs from the over so far, with 1 to come. And the batsman Neymar Wynn, who had a part in the last over. Can he finish with a maximum? Can he? Last ball by Skeet. Wynn is the batsman. Oh, beautifully bowled. It was slow, it was wide, and I think he was kerfuffled by the change. A wide, actually. It's called by the umpire.
The change of pace was good, Andrew,
Yeah,
but just the radar was just a little wide.
Oh, okay, so they've got one left.
The Win was deceived by the lack of pace on the
Now,
ball.
so one ball to go. Here we go. Just a single. Will they come back for the second? The return comes in, and Skeet does not pick it up. That has been the story of the Malvern side, and what a comeback by Foundation, thanks to their masters who've come to the party here with Davis 39, McCollin an important 31, but here we go in terms of Doughty making some 43 from 32 balls. A very important performance from him, but Neymar Wynn, 22 from 14, including 3 sixes, ensured that at the end of over number 20, Foundation, they've got a decent score, 175 for 5.
Yes, I think they'll be happy to defend 176 runs under the circumstances from a position of 60 odd in the first 7 overs. They fell away a little bit. The Malvern side thought they had the game under their control within the first 10 overs. They got away from them between overs 15 and 16, where they were a little sloppy in the field in terms of catching, in terms of not attacking the ball, giving away the extra run. But the partnership between McCollin and Doughty that yielded 51 runs, that was a crucial partnership. 54 runs off 39 deliveries, 1 4 and 2 sixes. That certainly took the game to the Malvern side. And then when Neymar Wynn, the last 5 overs, Andrew yielded some 52 runs, which was good. Neymar Wynn accounting for some 22 of those, including 3 consecutive sixes off the leg spin of Angus, whose last over cost 21 runs. He had 4 overs and 1 for 26. And I think the Foundation side will be very happy with the partnership between McCollin, Doughty and Wynn after a stuttered start between Duncan, Dorn and Newton, who went quick, cheaply, and Shamari Davis, of course, typical Shamari Davis, he got 39 off 26. 175 for 5 quickly, Andrew, from the top. Davis got 39 from 26 deliveries. Duncan made 12, Dorn made 10, Newton, the captain, was out for 1, McCollin made 31. Doughty not out 43. 32 deliveries, 2 fours, 2 sixes. Nemo win, critical knock, 22 or 14 deliveries, no fours, but he struck some 3 sixes. 17 extras, 4 leg byes, 10 wides, and 3 no balls. And some bowling figures for the Malvern side. Romario's yard steed, 4 overs a minute, 3 for 36 at the top of the order board, impressively well, good pace, good control. Andrea Skeet, 3 overs a minute, none for 27. DeMar Graham, 4 overs a minute, none for 33. Gregory Angus, 4 overs, no middles, 1 for 26. His last over cost 21 runs. Richard Sampson, 3 overs, no middles, none for 23. And the final bowler used, as Harold will bring that up in my view, is Kevin Evelyn, 2 overs, no middles, 1 for 26. A little expensive, the leg spinner operating from the northern end. So Andrew, 175 on the board. You always talk about scoreboard pressure, but that's a good score. Given the fact, is it enough? Because Malvern, they have done exceptionally well in reaching this stage, scoring anything above 200.
So the magic number is 176 for the Malvern side. A big crowd has gathered once again. Congratulations to the Barbados Cricket Association in terms of its promotion to get the spectators out. It's really great that we can have so many people here at this ground. So 175 for 5 to the foundation side. The target 176 for victory. We'll take a break and come back with you in about 15 minutes or so. All right, so we said 15 minutes, but we're going to do it in less than 15 minutes because we do have a very special guest. We're talking to Stephen Leslie, the manager of marketing and communications at the BCA. You must, first of all, be extremely happy with this tournament.
Yeah, good afternoon, Andrew. It's extremely good crowd. Second final in 2 weekends. We would have been at the Lears ground before. Now we're here at the Friendship ground. And we're extremely pleased with the turnout. And it's a wonderful community feeling. And what is critical, Andrew, is the fact that this is the only game that's being played on the island today. And you've got persons from all of the different leagues, both schools and clubs coming out to watch this game. And Christchurch Foundation, they posted a decent score. You will know from the final last weekend that the Queen's College team won. So the schools have an opportunity to make it 2-2.
Yeah, indeed. And the youth are very much on display. In fact, I'm told that the oldest member of the Malvern side is 26 years old, which I think is commendable because you tend to have at the intermediate and second division the older folks like myself and you actually playing. So it's good to see young people playing, and I'm sure the Barbados Cricket Association will be happy about that. The youth very much involved.
Youth are very much involved, and you've got a situation where the Malvern team, which is based in St. George, is very much a community type knitted team, and you have a lot going on in terms of what they do. A lot of support. You've got the member of parliament who I've seen here, which I'm sure that once you get a chance you're going to grab him, but he's here in his red, and red is a color, as you know, Andrew, in Barbados, that has political implications. But I mean, I'm speaking about member of parliament and Minister Dwight Sutherland, but again, a very important day for them. They would want to come and conquer the score that would have been made by Christchurch Foundation. We hope that we have a good second half.
All right, let's turn our attention now quickly to Oman. They're very much in the country. I know there's a big reception on tonight. The Prime Minister is going to be there as well. I've got my jacket, so don't get too worried about that, Stephen. How important is it to have Oman in Barbados?
Well, ICC World Cup in June of this year, Oman is coming a bit early. They're having 3 matches at the 3Ws Oval, University of West Indies, Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. And these are all T20 games. The first 2 against a Barbados Cricket Association Select 11, and then that final one against the University of West Indies team. And it's a tremendous opportunity for us in Barbados to showcase the type of facilities that we've got, and most importantly, the fact that we can be wonderful hosts. So there's a reception this evening.
Right.
It's being held at the Lord Erskine Sandyford Complex, and that is really just to show the appreciation that we want to show to Oman. And we're going to have a number of dignitaries there.
Yeah.
And we hope that we'll have a wonderful
I think
time.
you've got your invitation somewhere in your pocket. Can I see it?
Well, I've reached the point where I can slip into the side without the invitation. But
Indeed.
Oman are very pleased to be in Barbados. I can tell you they're happy. And the hospitality that we've shown so far has been tremendous. And we hope that they have a very good stay. And once the tournament starts, you know I'm rooting for the West Indies, but I hope that they can make an upset or two in your competition.
Quickly before you go, you've had 2 finals now, and then there's another big final to be held at one of my favorite grounds come next Saturday.
Well, it's interesting you get this information. I got an email just about 5 minutes ago confirming the KMV Oval, which is Isolation Cavaliers for the T20 Cup final. It is scheduled to be played next Saturday, and it's going to be at 2 o'clock. And the 2 finals so far, Andrew, we've had a really good response, and we anticipate at the picturesque KMV Oval a wonderful crowd, and we hope that Barbadians will come out and enjoy T20 cricket.
All right, thanks to you, Stephen Leslie. So we want to thank you for coming and talking to us. Of course, very, very soon indeed, we're going to be having the Honourable Minister coming to talk to us. Where is he? Is he close by? He's actually the president of the Malvern Cricket Club, and it's good to have him here on the mic. And first of all, I note with interest that, is this red? Where's the yellow? How are you, my friend? Nice to see you.
Good evening, Andrew. Good evening to everyone gathered here this afternoon to witness such a wonderful final. First, let me say a very blessed good evening to the people of St. George South and St. George in general. It's indeed a privilege to be here. First, let me speak about the school team. I'm so happy as a former Minister of Sport to see Foundation School in the finals. And we know very well whenever school cricket is doing well and also community cricket is doing well, it argues well for cricket in this country and in the region. And I am so pleased this afternoon to be here. Of course, I would love my team to win, but if they don't win, I'm still happy at the outcome. 171 runs on the board. I have a very good batting lineup. But for me, this evening is sentimental to me. I have 6 players in this team who came through the under-16 at Malvern. And youth cricket is critical and fundamental to the future of cricket in this country. School cricket and youth cricket. So I am indeed elated. I'm very happy seeing 6 players who represented Malvern at the under-16, and they're here this afternoon. Mr. Ford, Javid Ford, Mr. Evelyn, Mr. Braffett, Mr. Sampson, Mr. Graham, Mr. Yardsteed. Those are the players who I saw at my club doing exceptionally well as under 15 and under 16. Similar to St. Catherine, once community cricket is thriving, Barbados cricket is in good hands.
Indeed. You talk about the youth, and I'm so happy that Malvern, I'm told that the youngest player in the Malvern side is 26 years old. Now, you tend to have at the second division and the intermediate level older people involved. You're the president of the club, and I'm sure, Minister Sutherland, you must be extremely happy to be able to attract so many young players from your area to play for Malvern.
Of course, when I became the president some 6 years ago, my view was to build our community. And as Nelson Mandela said years ago, sports has the potential to unite the world. And I thought that cricket, coming from the Charles Reeds and the Dennis King and the Kenmore Braffets and the Ivor Holligan and the Elijah Padmores, this is what we had to do to really unite cricket. As a young boy, I saw Ellerton and the surrounding district, as far as Greens, as far as Studs, Ozzie Fox, the late Ozzie Fox, Tyrone Smith. These are gentlemen who represented Malvern. And I feel proud to say today that my youngest player is 18 years old.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
My oldest player, and I say my because I speak as if it belongs to me. You have to claim ownership. The oldest player in this team is 33. He's the only player over 30 years. I have 24, 25. The captain is 24, 18, 21. 24, 25. And I'm proud that we have indeed attracted from across the landscape of St. George and even wider so many players. Presently, we have 56 cricketers at our club.
56. That's
56
wonderful.
cricketers. We have 2 teams in the BCA, and we just entered a BCL team.
Oh,
We
that's
started
wonderful.
last week, Saturday.
Wonderful. I mean,
So-
when you consider there's some clubs that are struggling
That's the
to
point.
get a team,
Yes.
and that's great at
We have
Malvern.
worked exceptionally hard. And I want to thank a few people this afternoon. Michelle Ferguson, the manager. We have a female manager.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank a former West Indian player, Kurt Wilkinson, who in 2018, I asked him to join me on this journey to build our community and to rebuild cricket within Ellerton and the surrounding districts. And he did such. And I want to thank him profusely this evening.
Wonderful. Just before you go, Minister, I know that you got to get downstairs and jeep your guys. They've got to
Yes,
make
these-
just
yeah.
over 170 odd runs to win.
Gettable
Cup-
runs, gettable
yeah,
runs.
gettable runs, because I understand that in terms of what they've done so far, they've been making an average over 200. Let's spend a couple of minutes now on the World Cup. I know you got to go. Give me 30 seconds. Barbados hosting the World Cup. What does it mean to you?
Andrew, I have time to talk about the World Cup. For me, first let me go back to the icons that have indeed graced the world. Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Wells Salt, Sir Charlie Griffith, Sir Desmond Haynes, Sir Gordon Greenwich. These gentlemen have to be proud. Joel Garner. These gentlemen have to be proud. For me, hosting the World Cup is to show the world that indeed the Caribbean can indeed host sports at an international level and attract the best. We know once West Indies cricket is revived, we will see economic activity, sporting generally across the region. But I'm not even going to the economic activity. I am more focusing on sports itself. This argues well not only for cricket, but for the development of sports generally. And I know those gentlemen who would have done exceptionally well across the landscape, the global landscape. They feel proud that in 2024 we can host the international ICC T20 World Cup in this country. So for me, it's more than an economy. It's about our people re-energizing cricket at our schools, in our community. We know every single family in this country. You can go across St. Philip in Bayfield.
Yes.
At least one member of the family
Yes,
loves cricket.
indeed.
And indeed, not only utilizing the activity and the festivity to earn a living, but indeed to build the sport, to rebuild the sport of cricket. That is what I am focusing on. Rebuilding the sport of cricket in the region, not just in Barbados, but in the region.
Minister, I want to thank you very much for coming and talking to us. I know you got to get downstairs. Your team, they've done very well in this competition, and we wish you well.
Thank you. I will speak to you after we win.
Yes, and have a drink as well.
Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. The Minister of Housing, Dwight Sullivan, of course, he is also the president of the Malvern Club, coming to talk to us. His team will be on the field very, very soon in their quest to try to win this game. And we want to thank him for coming and talking to us. We're going to take a short break. In fact, Dwight Sullivan wants to say something quickly. Mr. Green just wants to say one final thing before he goes.
Thank you. Would be remiss of me not to mention our sponsors, Premium Imports.
Right.
And indeed, I want to thank Premium Imports for coming on board with our club and providing the necessary assistance that we needed in terms of kits, in terms of financial support. And that is when the private sector get involved in club cricket. We will see real development and growth of our players. And I will urge other private sector companies to sponsor, community cricket across Barbados, because these young men and young women, they have talent, but they need the necessary support, whether financial, moral, or indeed the social support.
Thank you very much indeed. So, Dwight Sutherland, the Minister of Housing and Lands, and of course the president of the Malvern Sports Club, coming to talk to us. We're just about ready for the action to continue. Donovan Lovell joins me, and 175 made by Foundation. I would imagine you had your lunch, Donovan. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to all of our viewers. Not as yet, really, but indeed an interesting game here between the Foundation side and the Malvern side. A bit of seesawing, if I would want to describe it that way. Foundation getting off to a really good start. They were up to 11, just over 11 runs and over. And Malvern getting a few wickets and pegging them back in the end. And the scoring rate dropped as far down as just a little over 7. And in the end, with McCullin, Douglin, and the coach Nemo Win coming in the end to get them up to 175. So it's been a seesaw battle so far, Andrew.
Yeah, you're right. So we're just about ready to start. The magic number for Malvern, 176. In terms of that score, Donovan Lovell, you think it's a decent one? Is it one that you can win with?
In the final, runs on the board, 175 indeed. I think it's a very, very good total. And the Foundation lads, they will have to really start rugged if the Malvern side to get up to this 175. But Casey Williams, he is one who can score and score quickly. He's very destructive. If they can get off to a good start in the power play, then with this quick outfield and with the lower order coming in to bat, they can very well find themselves close to this total to challenge. About 175 on the board in the finals is always pressure chasing.
So Akeem McCullin will start the attack for Foundation. And Casey Williams is the batsman. And you talked about his performances so far. 207 runs in 5 matches. Doing an extremely good job. There's no question about that. So he's going to be an important member of the Malvern side. So here we go with the first ball. And a boundary. Up and over. Big, strong man he is. Lots of power under that. And what a start.
I'm telling you, he's that type of player, Andrew. From the first delivery, he's going to be looking to be positive. He's going to be looking to score, as we see on the replay.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, it was outside the off-stump, had some room, and hit it over the cover area. Of course, with just 2 fielders outside the circle. And now, already, Foundation pushing the extra cover boundary fielder. So the 2 fielders outside the circle, extra cover, and mid wicket. And he goes down the ground for another boundary. Well, 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 what a start by Williams. First 2 deliveries, 2 boundaries.
I'm telling you, this is the wicket they need to get early. If Casey Williams gets going here, I'm telling you, he's going to do it. He's going to do it big. As the replay shows, straight back over the border. It's had a very good shot. A ball toss pitched up a bit, and then it sped away across a very quick outfield for 4.
More runs. Another boundary. Wow. Looks a bit like Leverock. You remember him? Big,
yes.
Strong man. First 3 deliveries, and they've gone all the way. Well, well, well. What a start for Malvern.
Indeed, a very good start by the big pro. I call him the senior pro. He got in the car, just switched it on, and went from first gear straight to 5th. So he simply let you know this is his intentions, and he wants to do it. He wants to do it in a hurry.
Now, how will McCullin recover from this? That's it straight. And that's gone a long way down towards the boundary. And we'll get a second. Mid-on got some hand onto that and prevented it from going all the way. But this has been a super start for Malvern here. Wow! Wow! Over but off. Wide long off, really. And that was it again with a lot of power. And Casey Carty is on fire. Call the fire truck.
He simply hit that one with loads of power. And really, if Williams gets going here, if Casey Williams gets going here, I'm telling you, he, as we see here, that one struck with brute force. And some spectators really are running for cover, as they would say. Indeed, a tremendous shot again. And he's certainly a man on a mission and a man in a hurry.
Hit that very, very hard indeed, Casey Williams. I actually call him Casey Carty. But what a shot, Casey Williams. And he's gone to 18 from just 5. Wow, wow. So the first over comes to an end, and as many as 20 runs coming for Malvern, or make that 18, 19 coming from the over, and Williams has done a good job so far. What a start for Malvern.
Yeah, certainly a very good start. He's certainly looking to be positive. It's a pretty biggish total, so once you can give them that start up front in the power play, really they will be in good stead to chase this total down. Remember, the foundation side, they started like this. They were scoring at 11, just over 11 and over. When they were pegged back in the end, they got down to as low as 7 over, and in the end, Douglin and Win really got them up to 175. So if he can give you this good start in the power play and they can follow on it, we can be in for a very interesting and close game here.
So we're now on the board with 17 wickets in this competition. Comes into the attack now. And from all reports has done a good job. Young man with lots of ability. 2 5-wicket hauls as well. He's going to bowl to Casey Williams. Kevin Needleman is the non-striker, hasn't had a chance to face a ball as yet.
So Andrew, this is the wicket they must get. And the sooner they get it, the wicket of Casey Williams, the better for them.
He's gone. Big wicket to get. And he was deceived by the extra pace generated by Bourne, and Casey Williams departs. His 18th wicket of the season, and that's the big snapper being caught, the keeper taking the catch, and the foundation team celebrating as if they'd won gold at the Olympics, because they know that that's an important wicket to get.
Yes, certainly a very good wicket. That of Williams, who really was in a hurry. But Andrew, if you can look at it, you see he got 19 runs in the first over. So you just needed to back the ball on its merit. But he was stuck in one gear and looking to hit that one somewhere over cover, as the replay shows here. Outside the off stump, slashing, getting the edge, and a good catch by the keeper. As I said, already getting 19 in the first over, needing to bat sensibly here. To take his team over the line or close to that total, but in the end, looking for a boundary too much, and he's really paid the price, gone for 19.
So Mackay Clark is the keeper, took a good catch, and I like the looks of Bourne. Slimly built, very athletic, and I think he actually deceived Williams with extra pace generated, although it was a nothing shot, really, having picked up some 19 runs of the first over. There's no need to flirt with danger. Now Sampson comes out to bat. What a name to have. Richard Sampson. Here we go. Gets his first ball from Bourne. That's going to be called a wide. Chance for a run out. Had that hit, I think Evelyn would have been in some trouble there. Some indecision about the single, went down to square leg. The other thing that Malvern will have to watch is that these are very young men, and from all reports they've been doing a good job in terms of fielding, and that was very smart work done indeed. So Kevin Evelyn, who's got the most runs for the Malvern side, 257 runs, including 2 half centuries, left-handed player. And in terms of boundaries, 35 fours and 13 sixes, information provided by the legend Harold Eastman from Eastman's Corner. So you're coach at the National Sports Council. You get a chance to see these young men, Donovan, lots of talent.
Certainly, and I'm telling you, the future is bright. And I'm very, very impressed, I must say, with this Malvern side. I've seen him a couple of times, especially Evelyn, and he's really pleasing on the eye. Technique-wise, he drives the ball beautifully. And it's really good to see so many young players at this Malvern side. But the youngsters enjoying the game once again.
Hold him! Fantastic delivery by Bourne, and Foundation celebrating again. 19th wicket for the season, and what a piece of a delivery from the young man.
Certainly that one was quick in the block hole, and Sampson could not get the bat down in time, and indeed a very good delivery to take the second wicket. And I'm telling you, Andrew, it's early days yet, but with the loss of Williams early and the second wicket going down, I would hope that the Malvern side will not panic, but certainly the Foundation team will be happy with this start.
So what a delivery. Sampson departs. Must be very disappointed, but he got a good delivery. Now, when you look at this delivery, right up, and it moved, and there he goes, losing his off-stump off. Magnificent delivery by the young man, Bourne. Fantastic. Figures of 5 for 13, 5 for 17, 5 for 13 against BRC, and against Cupid Cavaliers. In the semi-finals, 5 for 17. Now Ford comes to do battle, and in the quarterfinals against Ipswich, he was bang on target, 4 for 19. Against Maple, 3 for 16, and against Harrison College, certainly doing a pretty good job indeed. Kevin Newton picking up some 3 wickets for 19 runs. But this has been a good performance. What a shot! What a shot to get off the mark. Ford punched through cover in spectacular fashion.
That's indeed a wonderful shot. Getting close to that delivery, head over the ball, still perfect balance, and he drove that one beautifully between cover, next to cover, and what a way to get off the mark.
Yeah, you're right. So are we going to have a tight battle? Are we going to have a fantastic game? I'm sure the neutral will want that. So, situation where Bourne has picked up 2 wickets. Malvern go to 26 without loss. But when you see that on the monitor, it's really sweet. It's almost as sweet as the Julie mangoes that we're getting in Barbados now. Of course, it's the mango season. Are you a mango man?
Sometimes, Andrew. Sometimes.
But of course, you can get several mangoes. I know Harold Eastman loves his mangoes.
I think he might have a couple of trees in his yard.
Yeah, I do have some trees. In fact, I looked at some of my mangoes this morning. The problem is that the birds eat them and the monkeys as well. Not necessarily in that order. Can't get a mango from a tree. Of course, this is the time when you get some lovely plums as well.
Oh yeah.
In Barbados. Wonderful to be in this great country. So we're at Friendship, and we're at the finals of the T20 Shield. Good comeback delivery by the young man to finish a successful over. An over in which he got the wickets of Williams and Sampson. 2-born, Malvern, 26 for 2.
Yeah, certainly a good start by the foundation side. After that over of 19 by Williams, really suggested that he was really looking to take this game away from them. But they did well. They kept their nerve. They didn't panic. And when he went, they certainly celebrated, knowing that that was a massive wicket. So what the Marvel side will have to do here now, just bat, play each ball on its merit, look to keep the score turning over and see where they could be at the end of the power play, remaining positive, obviously, but not reckless.
It's also important, too, in terms of the selection of the venues. And this is the venue that can hold lots of people. Of course, there's a shade. The finals set for the KMV Oval, of course, in that cup competition. And the reality really is that you have to compliment the BCA in terms of the selection of the grounds. Of course, up at Brayton, always a good crowd. Lears. So selection of a venue is important. We had the finals at the Weymouth Sports Club last year.
Yes, certainly. I really agree with you, Andrew, and I say kudos to the Barbados Cricket Association and Mr. Stephen Leslie and his hard-working crew for bringing the cricket back in to the community. I think that's an excellent move.
So Akeem McCullin, after being carted around the park, continues. So the captain has got lots of confidence in him. But look at this. I mean, to come on a Saturday afternoon in this great country and watch the cricket, just in front of the wall, and some good shade with the trees, a lovely breeze coming across the Friendship ground as well here at Yorkshire.
Also having a drink, soft or otherwise.
So McCullin has come back pretty well. First over cost 19. And he just conceded 1 run so far on the over. Good work indeed. And feeling is so important. There's no doubt about that. A problem that Malvern had, of course, you're talking about young men, still very much at school, so they should be able to field. Where has that come from? It's gone past the keeper and will get to the boundary. Unusual bunks, 4 byes. Now where did that bunks come from?
And certainly getting that bunks from just in front of the batter really bunks pretty high. I would imagine that probably just struck some part of the pitch that's probably coming apart, a crack also, and really did bunks pretty high. But as you were saying, Andrew, I really must give kudos for the setup, the whole professional setup that you're seeing here. And when people are viewing and they're streaming and they see the setup, the ground and everything, I mean, it's really impressive.
Yeah, so 3 overs gone now, Malvern. 31 for the loss of 2. And yes, I mean, this is wonderful, isn't it? The minister and the president of the club is there, Dwight Sutherland. We interviewed him and just chatted. In case you're wondering, just chatted with this wonderful lady with 86 on her back.
She's the manager.
She's the manager of the side. So they're discussing strategy. Here's Bourne to continue.
Andrew, your estimation, the crowd. You put how many you figure are here today?
It's difficult. I wonder if that's my lunch being brought for me. I haven't had lunch for the day. Wonderful ladies just joined us. That's a lovely shot. That perhaps is the shot of the day. Pitched up, driven beautifully, threw it off. Elbows well cocked as he played that. And that's gone, threw it off for 4. What a shot.
Yeah, certainly. What is important to note, Andrew, as well, the balance, the head being still. So a coach would be impressed with this shot. And indeed, it was indeed, as you see here, look at the balance, look at the head, stillness of the head. Indeed, a wonderful shot for 4.
It was indeed. It was a tremendous shot. Very well placed as well. And now he plays a naughty one.
Just as we begin to praise him, as is always the case, Andrew.
So Evelyn is the batsman. He's got 6 already. Casey Williams gone for 19. And Richard Sampson, with the experience of playing for Gladiola, left-handed player, yorked by Bourne, who's picked up 19 wickets in this competition. So how do you see it now? Maybe early in the piece, this is the 4th over being bowled. The target is 176. So another 140 runs to get. The rate required is 8.7. The current rate is 9.82. 36 for 2. How are you seeing it so far?
So that would suggest to me they are ahead of the rate. You just play it on its merit. Take the 1s, take the 2s. The odd delivery that is bad, you put it away and see where you're at after 8 or 9 overs. There's no need to take any chances at this stage. You're ahead of the scoring rate. As I said, just make sure that you bat as far down as possible and then give yourself a launch pad with 6 overs left really to look to go for the 176 to win the match.
So no ball being bowled by the young man. Free hit is an offer. So let's see what Ford will do with this. Can he maximize on this free hit? We shall see. Well, he certainly does. He gets a boundary to a wicket. Full and another no ball. Wow. Bourne is spoiling it.
Probably looking to go for the Yorker, Andrew, and just getting it a bit foolish. Really easy to be dispatched by Ford.
Yeah, it was a full toss, and all he had to do really was to get back into that. Plenty of real estate on the onside, and he found a piece. So another free hit. And more runs again. That's gone to the boundary. Wow. So after all the good work in the first over, Bourne has let it slip. But of course he's a young man, still learning the art, still learning the trade.
And the scoring rate now has gone over 12, Andrew, 12.26. So you need not to do anything rash. You just play each ball on its merit. Take the 1s and 2s as important. Keep the scoreboard ticking, as we see in the replay here. Just dragging that one through the onside, and a quick outfield, the ball quickly ran across it into the boundary for 4.
So they made a concession, Foundation. The slip and win comes out to cover. So they're 1, 2, 3, 4 fielders on the offside, saving 1 with the third man and the long leg. Oh, what a shot! What a shot! What a shot! What a shot! You'll pay to see that. You leave your rice and peas on a Saturday afternoon to see that. That was absolutely brilliant. Beautifully executed, wide of that mid-off area, A bit of the Carl Hooper, the launch throw in that.
Certainly a magnificent shot there. And again, as I keep emphasizing, watch as we play here, close to the delivery, watch the balance, one flowing motion through, beating cover next to cover and sped away for 4. Indeed, a beautiful shot, Andrew.
It was, indeed. And this crowd ever growing here. Difficult to estimate the crowd. You asked me earlier, but what I can tell you, it's a good crowd. It's a very good crowd indeed. The Barbados Cricket Association must, of course, be complimented for the good work they've done so far. Have you done an estimation of the crowd, do you think?
I say just a little over 28,000.
28,000. Why not 29?
Maybe 28.5. Just leave it there, Andrew.
Yeah, of course, the finals that we had at the Weymouth Sports Club last year, when the big boys got involved, Gladiola playing. I mean, it was a really big crowd. In fact, it surprised many people. I would imagine maybe about 4,000 or so people turned out at Weymouth to see that game. But Keith McCollin has really come back very, very well here, because the first over cost 19, and since then he just conceded 2 runs, and he's in his 3rd over. Now this guy Ford looks a very attractive player. I mean, I've never seen. Have you seen him before?
Yeah, I saw him against Wanderers in the semis. He scored just over. It was around 30 or so, but he drove the ball beautifully. He loves to drive the ball, and it's really pleasing on the eye. I was really very, very impressed with him. As you can see here, certainly looking the part.
Oh, very well bowled indeed by McCollin. Round the wicket to the left-hander. Flirting with danger there, Evelyn. Oh, brilliant work! Brilliant indeed! That really sums up the feeling of Foundation. They've been absolutely brilliant so far. That could have ended in the dismissal of Ford.
Superb indeed. Youth, I'm telling you, youthful exuberance is really important, and he just dived away to his right and really came up with a brilliant start.
So Akeem McCollin has really come back very, very well. He's now completed his 3rd over. In fact, his last over producing just 5 runs, having been struck for 19 in his first over. Some 5 overs gone. Malvern in pursuit of 176 for victory. They're 55 for 2.
Yeah, certainly looking good since they've lost those 2 wickets. They're scoring at over 11.78 and over. No need to do anything rash here. Just keep pushing it around, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Take your 1s, take your 2s, and that you will get the bad deliveries and that you can put them away. And they're certainly in a good position here at the moment, 55 for 2 after 5.
So Kevin Newton comes into the attack. He's the captain of the Foundation side, son of Lyndon Yard, who is one of our commentators. Was leg before in the first innings, but we want to make amends with his bowling here. He comes in to start over number 6, bowling to Ford, who's got 18. He may be safe here. I think he's going to be safe. Or is he not? Brilliant catch taken by the keeper. I thought he was safe. I was wrong. Very wrong indeed. Evening departs. And Clark taking a stupendous catch. That's what youth can do for you. And that spells the end of Evelyn. Caught by keeper Clark. Off Newton. And that was brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. How did he do that? And now Malvern find themselves 55 for 3. Now let's have a look at that. It was in there for a long time. There was Newton celebrating already. The keeper keeps his eyes on it. Here's that stretch. The catch is taken. He falls to the ground but holds on to the ball in spectacular fashion. And Foundation in their yellow are celebrating. What a performance from them.
Yes, indeed. Superb from the keeper. Everyone thought that he was safe at the batter, including myself, and the keeper really covered lots of ground to take that catch. And they say that catches win matches. I'm wondering if this one is really the catch that will win the match for the Foundation side. But it was indeed a wonderful catch.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, I mean, here's Newton celebrating. Let's watch the keeper keeping his eyes on. There goes the stretch. He's got the ball. He holds on to it, tumbles to the ground, but that ball's not going to come out at all. Today, tomorrow, and I've got my doubts about next week. And that was indeed a tremendous catch taken. And the tourists in the background watching the action on the mound. There's several mounds here. Celebrating. Now his father, Lyndon Yard, is to my left. Is your heart pumping, my friend? He's alive and well. I mean, to watch your son perform, how do you feel?
Oh, Andrew, that indeed a privilege to. Parents will always support their kids, especially when they're doing positive things.
Do you have some sweat in your brow?
And also it's a little heated.
Okay, but he's bowling well so far. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery. Jaffa, and you certainly bowled with some pace as well, Lyndon, when you played.
Well, I had my time, so it's been passed on to the young man. He's doing wonderful so far. Just needs to keep going, strength to strength. He's a guy, he has a big heart. That's the key for him. He has a big heart and he believes in his side.
Lyndon Yard, of course, who's very much with us. His son is bowling. Talk us through this. Did you speak to him this morning, Lyndon? What did you tell him?
Usually, Andrew, when he plays this cricket, I just allow him to play. Me and his mother, we have nothing to say to him, let him go and express himself. It's all about him.
All about him. That's going to be called a wide, but I can understand the aggression coming from him. Tell us a bit about him. Where did he go to school, primary, and tell us about his cricket.
Well, he would have started at Westbury, then from Westbury he went to Wesley Hall, where he played in the team, and then from there he passed to launch, but he was transferred to Foundation.
Right. Indeed. Foundation with a rich history of great cricketers. Of course, Joe Garner would have gone to that school, and he's the captain of the side and has done pretty well so far. Wow. Chance for some bonus runs here. They'll get just one. So cricket is his favorite sport. Did he play any other sport?
Well, he would have started as an athlete, Andrew. He was a 100 and 200 meter runner. I think he runs because he could run. Really, cricket is his thing. He loves horse racing as well. Plays table tennis, he plays football, so he's good with the ball, basically.
Well, he looks like you as well. In fact, when I saw him, I thought I'd seen you, really. I mean, it's really good. And as a father, you must feel very good to watch your son play. How do you feel deep down inside? Tell me.
I'm extremely proud, Andrew. Extremely proud. As I say, once he's on the park, I'm elated for him. Just give 100%, and that's all that matters. And
you're in yellow like your son as well. Well, he certainly started very well. He's got a wicket, which is important. And at the end of his first over, just conceding 3 runs in the over. So he started very well. And a situation where 6 gone, Malvern of 57 for a loss of 3.
Yes, certainly looking to consolidate the Malvern side. And the scoring rate now, as you can see, Andrews drop down to just 9.5 and over. So the bowlers here pegging it back a bit. Really some good bowling from young Newton, and not only accurate, but he's bowling pretty sharp as well. The wicket he got, that ball was a short delivery, but it also had some speed on it. So far, the Malvern side looking to consolidate. Some good bowling from the Foundation side to peg them back a bit. Scoring rate dropping now to 9.50.
So Kobe Crickshaw Bar comes into the side. They've actually had the experience of playing for the Windward Club, which is up in St. Philip. And we'll start with his right arm off spin. And starts well. So that scoring rate has dropped. In fact, some 19 runs off the first over. We're now into over number 7. And the rate required is 9.24. They're scoring at 8.60. They'll get 2 here, should comfortably, and they will. Backwards squares had some work to do. Have you seen Crickshaw Bar bowl before?
I know this is the first time I'm seeing him really, but he started pretty well. He started on target. That's important. Looking to keep the scoring down, looking to create pressure by bowling well.
So it's pretty clear that these 2 batsmen at the crease, Ford and Todd Miller, just trying to do the reconstruction now of the innings, having lost a couple of wickets cheaply. Oh, wow. 2 fielders slamming into each other. No communications at all. Let's hope they're all right. Wow. It's gone for 4.
That's what you're saying, movement. One is up, the other is on the ground still. As we said, really hope that he's okay. As we watch the replay here, this one swung down to deep mid-wicket. This Craig leg coming around, fine leg coming around as well.
Yeah.
Both of them
No
trying.
communication, banging into each other. Kevion is still in the ground, he's the captain. Let's hope he's all right here. Oh, seems to be in a lot of pain. The umpires have gone to see what's going on there. He's up. He's a young man. Just winded. Let's hope he's okay.
This one is swept down behind square for 1. Ford continues to look. The part continues to impress. He's on 27. William Miller, he is on 14. And really, these 2 looking to rebuild more or less to get up to that 176 for victory. So good, intelligent batting by Miller, staying this one down to Gully, getting the easy single. Remember, the target is 176. If the Malvern side are to be victorious here today. Again, the foundation fielders looking sharp in the field. The youth really on their side, and they really have been good today. They saved about 12 or 30 runs so far in the field and continues to impress. Clear down to third man for 2. Take the score on to 82 for 3. Ford is on 30. Miller is on 15. We are in the 9th over, being bowled by Critchlow Bayer. And the Malvern side certainly looking to consolidate as the over comes to an end. Ford is on 31. Miller is on 15. 83 for 3. 10 runs in this over. A sensible batting, looking for the ones and the twos, really in a pretty good position. At the moment, the required rate 8.45 and the current rate 9.22. So really looking good at this stage. No need to do anything rash. To bat as deep as possible, see where they are after the 15th over, and then with wickets in hand, they can look to challenge for that 176 runs for victory.
So the crowd continuing to build here. Very impressive crowd. Donovan Lovell tells me 2,800 people are here. I rather suspect it could be a little bit more, but it's really great to have them. Now Joshua Dorn comes in the attack, bowling to Ford. Now there's a chance for a catch. Now will the keeper, what's happening there? Oh! Indecision. And the end, it has been floored.
Yes, this is again one that was high, and the keeper really should have gone for this one. Anything in the air that is close to the keeper, really, he's the man with the extra hands, as we say, in terms of the gloves. And I really thought, in my opinion, he should have gone for that one, as we see here on the replay. This one short, leading edge up in the air, high in the air. So in the end, that one being spilled.
Yep, just got the feeling that the keeper started then stopped. The keeper, in fact, then saw the backward point coming in, and it was floored. How important will that be? Poor delivery and put away. Gone for 6. Rank long hop by Dorn, and pulled away by Ford. Malvern, in the constituency of St. George South. We had the representative here. The equation now some 85 from 62 balls, but also importantly too, the rate required is 8.23. A good partnership here. And we've seen 2 orthodox batsmen at the crease, and they've looked good. In fact, they've been able to do a good job in terms of that partnership. So the 100 beckons here. Now what is that all about? Another poor delivery by Dorn, and really put away quite nicely. Dorn is going to get it right here.
Indeed, too short. The ball just sat up and asked to be hit, and that was exactly what was done with it. So really And over here where Dorn have gifted some runs away with some really poor and ordinary bowling, and the Malvern batters certainly cashing in at this stage, as they would say.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it was not a good delivery at all and put away.
Malvern are 96 for 3. Not batters, Ford on 39 and Miller on 20. They require another 80.
So 10 overs gone now. It's 96 for the loss of 380 from 60 balls. And the crowd is quite nice. You're witnessing some spectators in front of the main pavilion. We're upstairs watching the action, and some familiar faces there, known to our folks at Malvern. So in terms of the stats provided by Harold Eastman, of course, when you look at the overall performance of the Malvern side, just want to find out from you, Harold, what would have been Foundation's score in terms of comparison. I'm sure you got that, Harold, for me. 80 for 4. Now, Andy Payne joins me. Thank you, Harold, for that. How do you look at the comparison here? 80 for 4 as distinct from 96 for 3. Hello, Andy. Nice to see you.
Yes, I'm back with you, Andrew. Yes. So the Malvern team, they all to think that they're ahead, but this guy, Javid Ford, continues to be easy on the eye, impressive. So I can tell you what, if he can spend any more time at the wicket, the Malvern team, they would like to think that their noses are ahead, Andrew, in horse racing terms. But you can see it's a good game in effect. Josh Adorn, who just came in and bowled at the 10th over, he was erred on the short area, and you can see them pulling him down to the mid-wicket area to come to get a few boundaries. Miller, he's also offering good support to Ford, the partnership between these two. You can see they still required another 80 runs from the last 10, Andrew, and on this ground, I can tell you, it's a ground where lots of runs continue to be scored. The square boundaries are very short, so they would think that if they can, for the next 2-3 overs, keep this wickets in hand, that they will really be ahead to finish up this game this afternoon, the Malvern team.
Yeah, interesting assessment there. And in terms, of course, the overall performance in this competition, they've been making 200 runs or more quite comfortably. So they're accustomed to that.
Yeah, there have been some good runs based on scoring for the Malvern team. We spoke to the management a bit earlier. They say it's a good all-round team, this Malvern team. They're batting Evelyn. He has some good scores, but he's gone. But the men in the middle now, Javid Ford, as I said, and Miller, who's offering good support. But Ford, he's had scored of 33 versus Maxwell. That was one of his better scores, but he's continued to be a very impressive stroke maker. So he needs to carry on and get himself a score here for his team. So from that, the southern end, it looks like Stout.
And he starts well. Romero Stout. And he looks a pretty stout guy as well, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And that's a bad delivery. And very good work indeed to pull it back. Duncan doing a good job. That's what youth will do for you. I will not stop that today or tomorrow next week. But because he's a young man, very quick, Duncan was able to pull it back.
Yep, he was able to complete some 3 runs in the event. So some 3 runs, moving the score up to 99, Andrew.
Coach Romero Stout, as the 100 comes up for the Malvern side, actually playing for the under 15 Barbados side. He's got some ability.
The 100 comes up from Malvern in the 11th over. 67 deliveries, 13 fours, 1 6.
And these two have done a good job in terms of just working the ball around. They're batsmen, you know, playing some authentic cricket shots, and they've really put back on the wheels as far as Malvern concerned.
Yeah, they've showed good batsmanship so far, Andrew. Like you said, they're picking up the singles, they're getting the boundaries when they're given the opportunity. That second 50, Andrew, I can tell you, it comes off for some 40 deliveries, some 4 fours and 1 6. So they've really moved the scoring along at a good rate.
Another good work
Duncan again.
by Duncan, yes. He's very agile inside the circle, down at that short fine leg position. So the first over from this spinner in Stoke was pretty good. And now they're creating 74 to get from 54 balls. Whose advantage?
Well, it's still very much of an open game because like you just need to add 2 wickets to this score and it could go either way, Andrew. But the batting team with the partnership that's between these two and Ford, like I said, if he continues to stay there, he could even move the scoring along at a good rate as he's going, and as well as Miller, who's offering good support. So Foundation team, they will think that they need a wicket at this stage or anytime soon.
So Joshua Thorne will continue to bowl to Todd Miller, who's got 22. Ford is on 43. That's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, Dorn, who's been a little bit on the expensive side, he's bowling a bit short. He's completed some 14 runs to date, and he's bowled just 1 over so far, Andrew.
Sure, he's much better than what we've seen so far from him. Actually had a bowl for the West Indies on the 19 team when they were in South Africa in the Youth World Cup.
But this pair continues, Andrew, like we said, to take it over and just pick up the boundary when necessary. They're going at a good rate. It's a partnership of 49 off some 36 deliveries. So they're going along and adding a good score for the team.
So the 50 partnership has come between these two, and we talked about the value of partnerships. And these two have batted very sensibly here. Just 39 balls for the 50 partnership.
Shot.
Oh, that's very well played indeed. That is the top shot. Top shot indeed.
Shot. Andrew, that man, he was on the back foot and he played that one square. Like I said, how much time he's got to play these shots. And that one was, I say, not a field move for that one, Andrew. Well played there by Todd Miller. So another good shot. Again, like they continue to pick up a boundary almost every over. So that helps the score as long as picking up the singles. And the scoring rate is healthy. So with some only 67 runs off 50 balls, they should think that they're really in with a good chance here.
One would think so as well. And they're accustomed to chasing, and they're doing very well. I mean, look at that. I mean, that should make primetime sports tonight. Very good comeback delivery from Dorn. Harley's-man was bellowing just though he's letting his team down.
Yeah, I've seen Dorn. I think he's a little bit low on confidence. He would have liked to get a score to his team when he batted, but he's got an opportunity here with the ball. He just needs to come to the party.
No. Some indecision, and the catch is not taken. You just got the feeling that we were always going to have problems there. Whose catch it was? 3 fielders went after it, and in the end the catch is not taken, floored. Now you got to take your catches.
Yes.
And there's the fielder on the floor.
That's
Bourne.
Yeah. Yeah, he's getting up as we speak now. You can see him just getting up. If you look at the monitor there, Andrew. But again, a little bit of a collision there. Someone needs to call for these balls when they're high in the air. So there, if you have a look at the replay.
Now let's have a look at this. I mean, you're the cricketer. Whose catch it was wide in the air? The cameraman is suggesting that we're going to see the fielder coming in. Now, whose catch is that? Coming off the boundary, do you think? I would think so.
Yeah, I always think it's the man coming into the ball, Andrew. It'd be his catch. They need to call and call loud. There's a big crowd here, and the noise might be getting the better of them, but they need to be loud in the calling if they're going to avoid any form of injury. This is the second time we've seen a mini collision.
Yeah. Cover off the boundary should have come in. I would have had enough time, in my view, to have taken the catch. Instead, there was indecision. And these two have batted so well that you really got to take that in terms of the catch. So 111 for 3 now. And that equation is interesting. It's 65 from 48 balls. And the rate is manageable. It's 8.13. Here's Romario Stout to continue. But the 3 fielders inside the circle and the offside save in 1. The protection with the cover on the boundary, long off and long on.
But like I said, good batting, Andrew. They continue to get off strike. The rotation, the strike is good. Like you said, that requires some just 8. And like you said, that this Yorkshire Friendship ground, it's a high-scoring ground, Andrew. There are a lot of areas for boundaries to be scored. The square boundaries are very short. So that, like you said, is manageable. And with the pair which is in, you would really think that at this point, at this stage of the contest, that the Malvern team might think that they're really, really ahead.
Yeah, I would think so at the moment. I think Foundation will be looking to get a wicket or 2 here. Good work by the master down at that cover area. Nemo win.
Reverse.
Well, he played the reverse sweep and got away with it. Here's Duncan, the athlete. Good stop again by Duncan. Wide signal by the umpire. Well,
so these extras also move the score along, so that's another 3 runs to the score. Another delivery still to be bowled over.
Todd Miller's trying to be cute there. No need to do that. Looking to sweep a ball that's wide outside the off stump. That's a typical T20 shot. Romero's really come back very well in this over. And we want to finish strongly here now, Andy Payne.
Yes, and what you want to think as a batsman, you don't want to lose your rhythm. So from the time you saw him essay that reverse sweep, you see his partner tell him just hit it down the ground a little bit. A quick single on off and Nemo Win running after it. He just ran over it. He overran it, Andrew. So easy single and off at the end.
Yeah, good over indeed by Romario Stout. In fact, his 2 overs costing 10. So let's continue to look at that equation. 42 balls, 60 runs, and a rate of 8.7, because when you have to score it on the 10, you feel you can get home. The current rate is 8.92, so they're within range, the Malvern side. They've got batting, I'm told, deep down. They've done pretty well.
Yep, so if you think about the comparison, Andrew, when the Christchurch Foundation team would have batted after their 13, there would be 104 for 4. So at 163 for 116 for 3. You would want to look at the equation and say that definitely the Malvern team, they're ahead at this point.
So Joshua Dorn continues. Captain has got a lot of faith in him.
Yep, easy single off the first ball. Just hitting that one down to the lawn area. Miller, he's moved up to 31. Javert Ford, he's on 45 off 32. Andrew, he has some 5-4s and 1-6, but he's the man who's really keeping this batting together.
Well, he played across it slightly, but he gets a single. Long to long on, so it's been a quiet start to this over. Dawn would want to pull it back here.
Yes, like you said, he's got the experience. He said he bowled for the West Indies on to 19 in South Africa with some success as well, Andrew. Short. think he was a bit lucky to get away with that one, Andrew, and never bit of a pull down.
Right, long hop and not put away. But he's really come back very well in this over, Dorn. His length is good, line good as well. And the 2 to go would want to finish strong, wouldn't want to concede a boundary here, Joshua Dorn.
Single. Yes, he would want to close out this over, Andrew, without conceding the boundary. A little bit back of the length. And all the Ford was able to do is punch that one out to the... So it looks like a deep extra cover, Andrew, on the circle.
Last ball of the over. Well, chance for a catch is going to go away. It's gone for 6. And it happens all the time, you know. You start so very well. The batsman under pressure because there were only 3 runs in the over and he felt he had to do something. And in this small ground, he was able to get the ball over that mid-wicket area for 6 runs to end the over with the maximum. And I'm sure that Malvern will be happy with that, because the equation now at 126 for 3, they require 50 from 36 balls.
Yes, this pair, they've really gone about this run chase with some sense, Andrews. Very sensible batting by the pair. You can see that one on the replay, giving a bit of ear to close out the final delivery. And you saw Miller hitting that one for another 6, so a good finish for the Malvern team. Joshua Dorn guilty of giving that one a little ear if you look at it on the monitor here again. And final delivery, he just needed to close out this over, Andrew. And he's been looking, searching, as we say, for a wicket. And he's guilty of he was flighted, and that one's gone for the maximum.
Yeah, might have been better just to bowl wide the off stump, but he didn't do that. Now that's peeled off the outside there, that's gone square in the offside for 4. 2 wide. And what a good 50 for Ford. Looks a good player and has got his side in front. Applause around this ground. He raises the bat in acknowledgement. Well played, Ford.
Very good batting by young Javid Ford. Andrew Mason, the 50 came up of 36 deliveries, 55 minutes, 6 fours and 1 6. Oh, lovely shot.
But he's a batsman. I mean, you could see him. And in fact, Harold Eastman was making the point earlier that we've seen these players that look as if they can actually play at the elite level. I mean, they're good players, and we really want to compliment the president of the club and all those in Malvern for finding these young players to be on display.
Indeed, like you said, he's looked very good, Andrew. He's batted with some patience. Nothing seems to bother him. He wasn't flustered. You saw him coming in, and that first shot that he opened his scoring account with, that square drive. You can see that he's got something about him.
Now the last 2 deliveries, not a run scored, and I'm interested to see the approach of Miller. Is he going to go for broke? Let's see what happens here. This could be a big ball. Where he gets the boundary, pierces the offside. Something had to give. Of course, I've been watching this cricket for too long to know that something had to give, and he's able to get a 4. So that takes the pressure off the batsman. So don't be surprised if he just maybe looks for a single, but you never know.
Yeah, and it's just the inexperience of, say, someone like Stoke. He's had him on a bit of trouble bowling the ball into the pitch and in attacking the stumps. This time he's gone a little bit on the wider side and giving him the arms to execute a cover drive. As you see them making a bit of a change on the field now, you see the deep square leg coming into the circle, and it looks like the cover going deep on the boundary. So you've got 2 men there, a cover and an extra cover.
Wow. Wow, wow.
15 overs, 135 for 3, Ford 52, Miller 42.
Yes, Andrew, so if you continue to look at the equation, it keeps coming down. Some 41 off for 30 deliveries, required rate of just 8.2. Like we said, the square boundaries are pretty short here, and boundaries will continue to be scored. But a good partnership between this pair. Miller, he's on 42. Javid Ford, he brought up his 50, his 52 not out, Andrew, off some 37 deliveries. Ford, that is, Miller, he's batted 34 deliveries for his 42. But let's see how it finishes up here, Andrew.
Yeah, but I mean, at the moment, you would think that Malvern should and the operative word here, should go on to win. But we've seen some strange things happen in cricket.
Indeed.
These two have done a good job. They've batted sensibly. They're batsmen. They're not sluggers. And they play some authentic cricket shots.
Yeah, so 80-run partnership, and you can see the change in Kevion Newton. So a good call by the pacer, by the captain. He's got to go back to his pacer, who his trump card. He will be looking to bowl as fast as he could and hoping to get a wicket in this spell, Andrew.
It was quite an appeal there for leg before. The umpire said no, signal the leg by. It'll be interesting to see that on the monitor. Umpire Clark doing duties with umpire Grimes.
But these pacers kind of add some excitement, Andrew. So it'll be interesting to see how the batsmen go about this last 5.
Well, that's gone a long way. It's going to head out towards the boundary and we'll get there. He was offline, Newton, and punished. Down to backward square. Important runs for Malvern.
Good batting there by Miller. You can see him just advancing down the pitch a little bit, Andrew, getting closer to it. And Newton, he was guilty of being down the leg side. If you look at it, just advancing down to it. He's offline. A lot of bat on that. And Doughty had no chance at the square leg area to pull that one back.
Yeah, here's Doughty. Moving the earth to please as well. He's a big man. It's a slogan for one of the top companies in Barbados. Don't charge me for the commercial. Very good delivery. But they'll get a single. Because once you get the boundary, it eases pressure on you.
Indeed, and good batting. That's what's so good about how this pair have gone about their work, Andrew. After the boundary, obviously the foundation team, they were forced to put the players back on the circle. So the fielders were a bit deep, and the single was easy single was on offer, and they took it with aplomb. But what do you think about young Newton, Andrew? You see the energy that he's running in with.
First of all, he's athletic like his dad, and he seems as if he's sharpish as well.
Yeah, he's got some good gas.
He does. So it's all good. Of course, his father, Lyndon, who's doing radio commentary, was a pretty decent fast bowler. It was pretty sharp.
Shot.
Oh, that's been put away with a washpan of disdain. And Malvern are getting closer and closer. These two men have batted extremely well. That was a shot with a lot of power in it, and it's gone down to square leg for 4.
Yeah, he hit that one with some authority, Andrew. Missing a short ball. Stood up just there in the middle for the Atskin, and Jarvis Ford, he was equal to it. He was quick on it and hit that one through mid-wicket. A man who's in his 50s, meats and drinks.
So just a single off that delivery. In fact, the last ball in the over, but a good over for Malvern, because when you look at the equation now, they require 30 from 24 balls, but the rate required is 7.50. They're scoring at 9.13. And one would think at 146 for 3, Malvern should get home. They should get home.
Oh yes, Andrew, it just required another 30 runs, and this pair, they're very well set. Ford, like you said, 57 and playing some very authoritative shots. Look at that one, Andrew.
Yeah.
He hit that one with disdain. You can see the spectators down there just scattering for their lives.
Yeah, it was very well struck. You're right. Disdain is the word there. He was offline and it was put away. But I'm impressed with what I've seen from the Malvern batsmen. I mean, Ford can bat. I understand that, you know, Williams at the top is a good player, Evelyn as well. So they've put together at Malvern some good players, and they're young men playing cricket. As I said earlier, you have the second division and intermediate, generally older players, but it's really good to see that younger people are involved at this level.
Yes, Andrew, and like you said, someone, Harold Eastman, he said that they look equipped enough to play at the elite level. But if you see how this pair have gone about this run chase, Andrew, I've seen guys at the higher level, and even with that, how their chase runs is so much of a contrast to how you've seen this pair going about this run chase.
So when now the Bourne comes back to the attack, he's got 19 wickets in this competition, and boy, he needs one or two now. Bowling to Ford.
But Ford, who he continues to impress, easy on the eye, like he said. Once it's full, he's playing some real flowing drives there, Andrew Mason. But Bourne, he's come back. Bourne, you said he's had some 2 5-wicket hauls to date in this tournament. And if there's one time that his team need a wicket from him, is now. So, we just getting some information on both of these players. You will understand that they've both been products of the St. Leonard's Boys School. Andrew, Ford, age 25, and Miller, age 21. But they're really doing a great job here for their Malvern team.
So 28 to get from 22 balls now.
Shot.
I mean, what I like about them is that they're batsmen. I mean, 150 comes up on the board now. They're not sluggers, they're batsmen. They're playing authentic cricket shots.
Indeed, and like you said, the way how they went about it, Andrew, the partnership, they haven't offered many chances, especially chasing a score like this in the final, Andrew. They've been so adept to what they want to do. They're putting the ball in the gap, picking up the boundaries, running between the wickets, been good.
Past the keeper, more runs, 4. Outside edge found. Third man can't get across, wide. Keeper couldn't get across to his right. More misery for the foundation team.
Indeed, Andrew, you might want to say that that one was a bit of a half chance, but the edge was taken. It's the third 50, as we see, just coming up off some 38 deliveries, some 5-4s and 1-6. So they're really motoring along, Andrew. The last 50 in quick time, some only 38 balls, Andrew. But Ford, he's continued to bat. It's good common sense, Andrew. Even the edge being taken, but it was wide of the keeper. Third man had no chance.
99 and 100. That's the partnership between these two.
So 100 partnership for wicket number 4. And this really represents a performance worthy of commendation.
Yes, some 72 balls for this 100-run partnership in a final with this crowd on offer here, Andrew. This pair putting together a really, really good batting innings for everyone here to see this afternoon, as well as on the live stream, Andrew. So this is what a good run chase is in the T20 final.
So 21 to get from 19. Very good comeback delivery by Bourne, who's impressive, but he needs wickets. Christchurch Foundation, they need to get wickets here because Malvern are very much in charge at the Friendship Sports Club. The equation, 21 to get from 18.
Large and in charge, Andrew. The Elliton-based side in St. George, they're enjoying the bed of the spoils here. This good batting partnership, 100-run partnership between this pair. 65 by Ford. Miller, he's on 48, offering good support. Don't know how much more the foundation has got in the tank if they're going to nip this one away from them. But again, it's a very, very good batting by this pair, Andrew. The way how they went about this chase, I can't help but say how sensible it was, how calculated it was. They picked the boundary up, they continue to get the ones, the twos, and they've really put their team well ahead here, Andrew Mason.
Indeed, very well said. Looks as if it's going to be Doughty to come into the attack. He batted pretty well for them. Will have to really bowl well. But at the moment you would think that Foundation are in big trouble. There's no doubt about that. They've come up against 2 batsmen. playing authentic cricket shots. I like the looks of Ford. I mean, there's no doubt about Miller, but Ford strikes it so beautifully. He's on 65 from just 45 balls, 8 fours and a 6. And there's been the crease for just over an hour. So we're down to the happy hour here. And as you can see on the screen, 21 to get from 18 balls. The odds are stacked against Foundation, but you never know.
And as you say, they continue to bat as batsmen, Andrew. What's interesting, the stats here is that they've only each hit 1-6. But if you look at the number of fours between them, Ford, he's had some 8 fours, and Miller, he's hit 6 fours. So you can tell that they're playing it pretty well along the carpet.
Yeah, indeed, taking the singles. So here's Doughty, the big man. Very big indeed. Very meticulous about his field placing. He's brought the third man inside the circle. There's also a backward point. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover on the edge of the circle. First ball is turned away neatly for 1 by Ford. Very attractive player to watch. Lovely turn of the wrist and impact there. And the countdown is on.
Yeah, just another 20 required, Andrew Mason. Doughty, the new bowler, being entrusted with this over. He's trying to get a wicket. The captain is calling on him to get his wicket. He's all his experience over the years is called to the fore. Miller, he's on 48 and he's coming to strike as you see him making a few changes to the field. But it was a big ask here on Doughty to try to dismiss this set pair. They're very entrenched.
That's very well bowled indeed. But they got to run.
Like you said, Doughty is a big guy. That one was a heavy ball, as we would say in cricket terms, Andrew.
Yeah, very heavy indeed. Did you have any heavy bowlers at Maple in your time? Anybody you can think of?
Right off the top, you can see a guy with this kind of stature, Cali Springer. He was a heavy bowler.
Cali Springer.
Yep.
Yes, very heavy bowling. In fact, I thought he might have done a bit well. I mean, in terms of playing for Barbados, he did in fact play for them, but he was pretty heavy as a bowler.
Yep, indeed.
Here's Doughty. That's very well played indeed. That's gone for 4. Magnificent shot by Ford.
Man, Andrew, I can't help but say how impressed I am with this man, Ford. Andrew, he's came to the team, to the crease with his team in a bit of trouble, and he's batted his way up to some 70 or 47 deliveries. Andrew, he's hit some, like I said, 14, some 9 fours now, Andrew. But what a good batting, good innings by this man, 25 years old, a former student at the St. Leonard's School. But Javid Ford is looking to take his team home.
And I think he will. I think he will. You never know. But on the evidence of what we've seen so far, Javid Ford has batted extremely well. He's gone to 71. Todd Miller has stayed with him. And I would love to steal him and bring him to St. Catherine's, my club that is struggling. So Todd Miller is on 50. He raises the bat as well. And those from Malvern and
40 balls he's played, 6 fours and a 6.
in St. George South. The president of the club and MP for the area, Minister of Housing and Lands, is here to celebrate. And he was making the point that he knew that he had a team to win this. 13 from 13. Good, intelligent cricket by Ford. Just working the ball nicely, getting the boundary.
164
So, we're down to the last 12 balls, 12 runs to get, and Malvern are 164 for 3, and one would think should be on their way in terms of that coup de grace.
Indeed. Andrew Mason continues to say how intelligent this pair would have batted to move their team along. Just some 12 runs required from 12 deliveries. Required rate of 6. They scored at some 9 runs over. We hear Harold Eastman asking for a maiden over to make it interesting, but I don't think that's going to happen here. I don't think it's going to happen. It looks like Kevion Newton. He's going to have a spell now. His final over from the southern end, trying to break this partnership and try to move his team along. But good batting by this pair. I can't help but say a team based in Ellerton in St. George. Andrew Mason, a good following behind them. The foundation team not to be disgraced. 175 they put on the board when they had their turn at the crease. But the runs have been chased down. Chased down by the Malvern team very intelligently.
12 runs required, 12 balls left.
So, Kevion Newton, the captain, will be inspired by the thought that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. Now he must know now that the odds are stacked very heavily against his side and would want to have a piece of magic here. Maybe a maiden over will do it for them. With 2 or 3 wickets, says Harold Eastman, who's firmly in the courts of the foundation team. See, a foundation man has joined us as well, Ezra Michael Stewart. Doing a very good job there at the Nation, the leading paper in Barbados. Here we go. But these guys can bat to me, there's no doubt about that. I would imagine that Ezra Stewart will certainly have a big picture in the Sunday Sun. Says that Todd Miller is a Marleyville man. Same place that Ezra Stewart is from. Can you sneak him to St. Catharines, Ezra? You've been assigned that task.
Well, any team who will get the acquisition of this pair, they've got themselves 2 quality batters, Andrew Mason. So what a great acquisition for the Malvern team.
Very sensible indeed, just pushing the ball into the gap, getting the single. I would think that foundation should go for broke here and maybe just get the 3 fielders inside the circle and try to just stop that single, because squeeze, Malvern, says Harold Eastman in his BCA shirt, which is a little bit small for him because he's now having a bit of a girth. Harold.
Yeah, I would agree with Harold. He should be at least trying to squeeze them, asking them to do something differently other than just work the ball shot.
What a shot! Down to backward square. That's going on to the mound. That's going for 4. Javid Ford continues to excite the taste buds with a performance worthy of commendation. Brilliant, excellent, superb. And in horse racing terms, with a furlong and a half to go and no more turns, Malvern, with that kind of a shot, are 3 lengths clear and kicking for home.
Indeed, Andrew. If you just look ahead of us here, all the Malvern supporters with the players, they're just on the boundary rail and just looking forward to getting onto the ground. If you have a look here on the ground.
Yeah, lots of support from Malvern.
Yes, only 6.
A lot of red as well.
Red
of course,
indeed.
Colour of the BLP. And their minister, of course, is the BLP.
Yep.
And he's been in that constituency for quite a long time. Well, the first one, I think back in 2013, was it? I'll double check that. Yeah, 2013.
But just some 6 runs required here, Andrew Mason. 9 deliveries left. They should really think that they're really done the job here for the team. They just need to see it home. Shot.
What a shot. 4 more. What a shot. Through cover. That's going to the boundary. And the Member of Parliament is just about to go onto the field. I'm sure he must be a very happy man. And we really want to say how privileged we are to be here to see Ford and Miller come together and play some sumptuous drives. And Malvern on the cusp of winning the T20 Shield Finals. Just 2 for victory. Here's Newton. The ball to Ford. The scores are level. Just one to get. And Todd Miller, a Marleyville man, playing for Malvern, formerly of St. Leonard's, has got the opportunity to seal the deal for Malvern, a team from St. George. They tell me the only parish in Barbados without the sea. But they're seeing and seeing well.
Well,
St. Thomas doesn't have any sea as well, says Harold Eastman. One to get. There you have it. A push away down to third man. And Malvern are the winners. And what a performance from them. Ford and Miller coming together and winning the game for the team from St. George South. And their MP, the Minister of Housing and Lands, is going onto the field to congratulate them. Brilliant, excellent performance from them. Foundation making 175, to which Malvern replied strongly, 176 for 3, with as many as 6 balls to go in a partnership that realized 121 from just 85 balls. Ford 82, Miller 52, 176 for 3 in 19 overs. Congratulations to the men from Malvern.
Indeed, Andrew Mason. So men from Ellerton and St. George, a comprehensive victory for them. 176 for 3 with some 6 deliveries still remaining. But this man, Javid Ford, supported by Todd Miller. What an important partnership. 121, like we said, Andrew. But Ford, easy on the eye, effortless shots. 11 fours and 1 6. Like I said, what's interesting, Andrew, is that they kept the ball along the ground. There was just 2 6s amongst the pair. Miller as well, he had some 6 fours with his 1 6. But what a run chase. The way and how they went about it, Andrew Mason, they didn't take as many chances. They just hit the ball on the ground, pick the boundaries up, run the 1s and 2s. A very, very, very well gone about chase in the conditions of a final, the event of a final, Andrew.
Indeed, and of course, the supporters are very much here in the middle, celebrating the work of art from Ford and from Miller. And they were able to win it in the end comfortably, Malvern. And they will celebrate. And like Biggie Irie, in celebration, we now go home till the morning come. Malvern winners by 7 wickets.
As if you can see them all in the middle there, Andrew. All the congratulatory hugs going around. Foundation not to be left out. They put a good score up on themselves, 175 in 20 overs. But what we always thought is that if you look at the scoreboard here, Andrew, looking at that chase, Williams, he went for 19, as well as Evelyn. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, talking about Casey Williams, he actually got 19 from the first over, and in the end, set it up for them. Got out in the second over, but in the end, I mean, when you look at Ford, 82 from what? Just 52 balls, 11 fours and a 6, and of course, Todd Miller doing an extremely good job, 52, and this represents a very, very big victory for them, and no doubt they're celebrating. The captain has joined us, Andrew Skeet. How are you, sir?
Feel very excited today. It was a big game, big day for us guys. First finals as a team, and we do exceptionally well today.
All right. Now take us back from the start. I was with you at the toss. The foundation team won the toss. They chose to actually bat first. They made 175. How was the pitch?
Realized like somebody made a back pitch the ball. It was coming on to the stump, so I tried to bowl a lot of those. Other than that, I was playing very well, and we bowlers did well to, from the start that foundation had, to contain him under the power score at Yorkshire. and think the bowlers they better at the end.
So you always felt that you could have chased down 175?
That's me. That's what we was doing. We was scoring 200, scoring, chasing or anything, and they believe in the guys. And it was showing today from the performance from Tom Miller and Javid Ford.
Tell me, Andre, in terms of batting first or bowling first, what do you prefer? Or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't really matter with this team. The guys have a good spirit, and we are here to win, and that's what we did today.
What does this mean for the people of Malvern?
It means that there's something to look forward for in the future. There are young talent here, and we are here to win it.
Right, and a lot of young cricketers as well. There's
Correct.
no doubt about that, because I understand you've got a lot of young cricketers in the side, and it must make you as a captain pretty proud.
Pretty proud, pretty proud. It does.
We're going to look now at the performance of Malvern in terms of the batting. You had Miller and Ford coming together to 121 for wicket number 4. These two, I thought, did a very good job indeed.
They did a very good job, a very mature innings by both batsmen. Even though they were tired, they still know what was the plan to do, get the runs, bring it home, and that's what they did.
And in the final analysis, you won comfortably.
Correct.
Any plans for celebration tonight?
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate.
You're going to celebrate like Biggie Harry until the morning come.
Yes,
I want to
please.
thank you for coming and talking to us on the stream. And the final thing I've got to say to you, keep up the good work, and I'm sure you've got something to say in terms of the folks at Malvern. What do you have to say to them?
Thanks for the support today. All the supporters that came out. Very good. Very thank you. Premier Import.
Indeed. And of course, in terms of the president of the club, who is the minister.
Yes. Richard,
He's done a great job.
And he's the president too as well as the club. Today he's the president, not the minister, the president.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks for correcting me. So today, Dwight Sullivan, of course, is the president of Malvern and not the Minister of Housing and Lands.
Right. He is the president today.
Wonderful indeed.
And I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors, Premier Imports.
Premier Imports,
Yes,
wonderful
please.
indeed.
Yes, thanks for all the support, guys.
They must be very happy.
Yes, please.
You're giving them lots of mileage.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So there you have it. Andres Skeet, the captain of the winning Malvern team. Congratulations to them. They won the contest. And of course, it was here at Friendship, watched by a big, big crowd. They won it by 7 wickets.
Yes, comprehensive, Andrew. A very big win. Are we signing up?
So we're just about waiting for the presentation. Of course, we're going to carry that live when it is ready. So I think we deserve a little bit of a break. Just checking with our technical producer to tell us. And we'll certainly take a little bit of a break and come back with you shortly.
Yeah. You got me?
Pedro Graves. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please, as we thank you at the Barbados Cricket Association for your here today and for sticking around for this, the culmination of the 2024 BCA T20 Shield competition for in division teams, and we serve quite exciting and enthralling final here today. Congratulations to both teams, Malvern and School. Let me start. With me great pleasure. Part my very far right, where Mr. Wallace, well, he's no longer there. It's now Mr. Clement de Pisa to my far right, a board director. Next to him will be Mr. Wallace, also a board director, as is Mr. Pedro Graves. Same thing goes to Mr. Jason King, but he's also the treasurer of the BCA, and of course the vice president, Mr. Calvin Hope, here to my immediate right. We're going to start by asking Mr. Hope to say a few words to the audience. Mr. Hope?
Thank you, Wayne. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Barbados Board of the Tourism, the Barbados Cricket Association, you know, I used to work at that place a time ago. So, you know, with the World Cup coming, tourism is very much on my mind. But on behalf of the directors of the Barbados Cricket Association, welcome this evening. Thank you very much for coming to this final. We are very, very happy at the turnout. Commiserations to Foundation School. Hard luck to you. And congratulations to Malvern. We had an extremely exciting game. We wish both teams all the best for the rest of the cricket season. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Vice President. And the first set of presentations will show the medals to the officials involved here today. I'm going to break protocol somewhat, and I'm going to start with the scorer, the Barbados Cricket Association scorer. They say ladies first. Jacqueline Crick, thank you very much. Looking after all the statistics, the numbers. Next, I'm going to invite the match referee, Mr. Jerry Thomas, to come forward. Then I'm going to ask Mr. Basil Clark, the reserve umpire today, the third umpire, some call him. And then I'm going to ask the two on-field umpires to come forward together. That will be Mr. Junior Grimes and Mr. Lamar Clark. And there's no coincidence. Clark and Basil Clark and Lamar Clark because Basil is Lamar's father. Well done to you, father. Final. Junior Grimes, Lamar Clark. Gentlemen, thanks for a job well done. Mr. King, we're going to ask you to come forward and make the next presentation. I think it's a foregone conclusion. The presentation is to the player of the match. And I think it is fairly well a foregone conclusion. So without any further ado, let me ask Javid Ford to come forward. "84 not out, and undoubtedly the player of the final." Congratulations, Mr. Jason King, the treasurer of the BCA, making the presentation of the player of the match trophy. We've also got some silver medals for the runners-up. We don't use the word losers here at the BCA. For the runners-up today, and we're going to ask Mr. Graves to do the presentation. Captain to come forward, Evian. First, followed by the other members of the Christchurch Foundation team. Well done, young men. You almost made it. But congratulations to each and every one of you. Kevion, I'm going to ask you to join me here. And help me out. Come forward, gentlemen. Just let me know with the names. Come. Just form a line and keep coming forward. So this is Ramiro Stout. Shamari Davis. Joshua Dorn. Akeem McCullin. Shea Thorne. Ronaldo Bourne. Andre Beckles. Joshua Jones is next up. Followed by Daniel Duncan. Akobe Critchlow Bayer. Mackay Clark. Dan Doughty. Anthony Singh. And followed by the player coach, Mr. Nemo Win. So well done to the Christchurch Foundation runners-up today. Thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Mr. Wallace, you're up next. We're going to ask you to present the gold medals. The winners. And I'm going to ask Mr. Skeet to come forward. And of course, collect your medal first. Andre Skeet, the captain of the Malvern side. And you will join me here and ask the guys to come forward one at a time. Gregory Angus. Kevin Evelyn, next. Romario Brathwaite. Tariq Jordan. Antonio Simmons. Actually, he scored all of the runs today because he was upstairs with me scoring. Romario Yard-Steve. Shelton Bridgman. Casey Williams. Rashad O'Neal. This man needs no introduction, I'm sure. Javed Ford. Richard Sampson. Next up. Marcus Brathwaite. Yeah, any of them could come. This little more here. Cordia Paris. You see, they got two more. She's the manager. Manager Michelle Francis. Well done, managed, and finally, the coach, Kurt Wilkinson. So that, ladies and gentlemen, completes that aspect of the presentation. Thanks, Mr. Skeet, very much, and congratulations. You'll be back with me shortly because I'm going to ask Mr. Hope to make this final presentation. The Champions Shield for this competition. And this goes. Where's the name of you? Where's the name of your sponsor? Where's the name of your sponsor? Right. The Premium Imports Malvern team, winners for 2024 of the BCA Intermediate Shield. Mr. Skeet, from the captain, will come forward and receive the shield from Mr. Calvin Hope, Vice President of the Barbados Association. Champions 2024 Premium Imports Malvern. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And once again.
So the celebrations are very much on here at the Friendship Sports Club. Malvern, the winners, and right in your picture there is their president, and of course you're talking about the Member of Parliament for the area, Dwight Sutherland, who is also the Minister of Housing and Lands. It was really a very good performance from them, and the display there with Andrea Skeet, who actually had an interview with us earlier. He is a very happy man, saying that he always had the confidence that Malvern would have gone on and won comfortably, and in fact they did. Well, it's a situation where they are the champions for this year. We now move to the KMV Oval, when it's going to be the time for the cup competition. That's going to be next Saturday. We're going to start our broadcast just before 2 o'clock. And as we leave you here at the Friendship Sports Club, the picture you're seeing is all red, or sea of red. Malvern, the winners of the T20 Shield competition. I'm Andrew Mason. On behalf of the entire team, for the final time, it's goodbye from Friendship.